on a short recess. And to just take you through the highlights in the order of business this afternoon, the senators will be considering the Agriculture and Livestock Extension Services Bill, and this is Senate Bills number 12 of the year 2022 by nominated Senator Maureen Tabitha Mutinda. Equally, the Senate will resume debate on the startup bill, Senate Bills number 14 of the year 2022 by Senator Crystal Asige. And after a resumption of debate on this particular bill and the time allocated for debate has been concluded, the senators will proceed on deviation. The Committee of the Whole is set to consider the Cotton and Industry Development Bill, Senate Bills number 5 of the year 2023 by Senator Beth Siengo. The Committee of the Whole will equally be having a look at the Employment Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 11 of the year 2022, and the Learners with Disability Bill, this being Bill number 4 of the year 2023, done by Professor Margaret Kamar in collaboration with Senator Crystal Asige. The Mung's Bill, Senate Bills number 13 of the year 2022, is a bill by Senator Enoch Wambua that the Senate is set to resume debate this on. Other bills that senators are set to consider is the Coffee Bill, this being Bill number 10 of the year 2023, and the Protection of Livestock and Produce Theft Bill, this being Senate Bills number 12 of the year 2023. The Senator for Machakos County, Senator Agnes Kavindu Mudhama, will be moving a motion on the establishment of an ad hoc committee on the compensation of the Kenyan victims of the 1998 bombings of the United States Embassy in Nairobi County. In this particular motion, the Senator for Machakos County seeks to have the Senate form an ad hoc committee to look into this matter. Some of the senators who have been proposed to sit into this ad hoc committee that is set to look into the issues of families and survivors of the 1998 bombing attack at the U.S. Embassy in Nairobi. Herself, Dr. Agnes Kavindu Mudhama, Senator Daniel Maanzo, Senator Beatrice Ogola, Senator Perez Tobiko, and Senator Mohamed Chute, just to mention but a few. The Senator for Nyeri County, Senator Wahome Wamatinga, will be moving a motion on the incorporation of intelligent water management systems in Nairobi plans for sustainable living. Another motion set to be considered this afternoon is accelerating the implementation of Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, by Senator Catherine Muma. Pursuant to Standing Orders of the Senate, Standing Orders number 53, subsection 1, nominated Senator Esther Ekinyuri will be seeking a statement from the Standing Committee on Matters Health regarding the accreditation of new clinics and health facilities across the country by the Board of the National Health Insurance Fund, popularly known as NHIF. Equally, Senator Kinyuri will also be seeking a statement from the Standing Committee on Matters Trade, Industrialization and Tourism, and her statement is in regards to the sensitization and involvement of women and youth startups in the specific economic zones and county aggregation industrial parks. The Senate leader of the majority party is set to issue a statement in regards to the business of the House commencing July 18th. The Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Amason Kingi, is in the chambers this afternoon, ready to preside over the business of the Senate. Allow me to hand over for the live proceedings of this Senate business today.
As your servants whom you have been pleased to call to leadership positions in this republic, we seek your guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come under deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests we've committed to our charge. Amen. Do we have a quorum clerk? Sergeant at Arms, kindly ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes.
The Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Amason Kingi, currently presiding over the business this afternoon, has directed the Sergeant at Arms to ring the quorum bell, and this is to give some leeway for senators who are still within the presence of Parliament or are yet to make their way into the chamber this afternoon, to do exactly that, to allow senators to raise quorum to commence business this afternoon. As the Chief Whip looks into having the Senate attain the numbers this afternoon, allow me to take you through the order paper this afternoon on some of the issues senators will be ventilating on this afternoon. Pursuant to Standing Orders number 57, subsection 1, the Senate Majority Leader will be issuing a statement on the business of the Senate for the week commencing Tuesday, July 18, 2023. This is said to be the day that senators will resume business after commencing for about a month recess from today evening. A few papers are also said to be tabled or laid on the paper or laid on the table of the House rather this afternoon. We expect the Senate Majority Leader to lay some papers. Some of them is the Central Bank of Kenya Supervisional Annual Report for the year 2021. The Chairperson Standing Committee on Matters Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries is also set to table a report of the Standing Committee on Matters Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries on the Prevention of Livestock and Produce Theft Bill. And this is Senate Bills number 12 of the year 2023. The Speaker of the Senate is set to communicate to the House in regards to a petition that is presented to his office. This particular petition is a petition to the Senate by Kirich Kiprono Hillary concerning the catastrophic maize disease that has been endured by farmers in Bomet County for the last 12 years. Our dear viewers, the Senate has attained the quorum this afternoon. Allow me to hand you over so you can equally follow up on the live proceedings of this particular House. Enjoy your viewing and good afternoon.
2, communication from the Chair.
Senator Mazayo, take your seat. You're the one holding us. Order, members, order. Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the Speaker's gallery this afternoon, visiting committee members on delegated legislation and the Secretariat from Nyandarua County Assembly, who are in the Senate for 5 days benchmarking visit with their counterparts. I request each member of the delegation to stand when called out so that you may be acknowledged in the Senate tradition. The Honorable Daniel Gitau Ndungu, the Chairperson. Honorable Peter Mwangi Maina, Vice Chairperson. Honorable Peter Gathungu Kamau. Honorable Paul Ngeche Mambaire. Honorable Maureen Wairimu Mugaki. Honorable Ibrahim Mwangi Maina. Ms. Alice Nyambura Kimani. Ms. Judy Nyambura Kinyua. Ms. Leah Wanjiru Njenga. Mr. Dennis Odot. Honorable Senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful engagement. I have another communication. I would like to acknowledge the presence in the Speaker's Gallery this afternoon, visiting delegation from the Invictus Games Foundation, who are in the Senate for a one-day visit. They are in the country through an invitation of Senator Gloria Oroba, MP. The Invictus Games Foundation was founded in 2013 by Prince Harry, the Duke of Sussex, to celebrate the unconquered human spirit and shine a spotlight on men and women who served. It offers recovery pathway for international wounded, injured, and sick servicemen and women. They also collaborate to provide opportunities for post-traumatic growth, enabling those involved to reclaim their purpose, identity, and future beyond injury. I request each member of the delegation to stand when called out so that you may be acknowledged in the Senate tradition. Mr. David Wiseman, Director. Mr. Derek Coben, the Africa Representative. Now, Honorable Senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them fruitful engagement. I do not see the Senator for Nyandarua, and therefore I will request the Senator for Laikipia to, under 1 minute, to say words of welcome, and thereafter, Senator Gloria, you will also take the floor to say words of welcome. Proceed in that order.
Asante Bwana Spika, nataka kuungana nawe kualika na kuambia karibu ndugu zetu heshimiwa kutoka Nyandarua. Nyandarua ni majirani wetu, na Bwana Spika, seneta wao ambaye ni mwenyekiti wa mazingara na wanyama wa pori, Bwana Spika, ni kiongozi ambaye tunamtambua, najua katika shughuli za kikazi, na ni mtu aliyefanya kazi nzuri sana kama seneta hapa. Bwana Spika, hawa ni majirani wangu na nataka kuungana nawe kuwaambia karibuni na waweze kujifunza mengi hapa katika seneti hii, kwa sababu hapa ndipo seneti inafanya kazi yake, hata kuangalia na kuongeza fedha zinazokuja katika gatuzi zetu, Bwana Spika. Na kwa hivyo Bwana Spika, bila kupoteza muda mwingi, nawaambia karibuni na mjifunze mengi, na nataka kuambia ya kwamba seneta wenu ni mtu ambaye amebombea katika kazi yake, na tunamuenzi na tunashukuru ya kwamba mlimchagua. Asante Bwana Spika, na nasema asante sana.
Order, Senator Cherangei. Senator Gloria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to extend a very warm welcome to the Invictus Games delegation. I know that they're here also with the blessings of Prince Harry. Mr. Speaker, they're here to engage the Kenyan stakeholders to ensure that Kenya becomes the second African country that actually joins the Invictus Games. We know that we have our soldiers who have gone out to serve this country and to ensure that we have peace and stability guarding our borders, and some of them end up wounded, Mr. Speaker. And in the interest of equal opportunity, even to the wounded soldiers, in the interest of ensuring that our youth who want to join the military are also motivated and know that their country cares for them, Mr. Speaker, I think it would be a very good opportunity for Kenya, through our stakeholders, the Ministry of Defense and the Ministry of Sports, to actually ensure that we have the wounded soldiers feels that they're taken care of, and they have a life after that, Mr. Speaker. And in September, the Invictus Games will be held in Germany. And Mr. Speaker, through the Committee of National Cohesion and Equal Opportunity, I hope that we'll be able to engage legislators, we'll be able to take a delegation from Kenya to ensure that we are looking out for our wounded soldiers. Karibu Kenya, and greetings to Prince Harry and the Invictus Games delegation all over the world. Thank you.
Before the clerk calls the next order, I have a further communication to make. In the public gallery, we have 64 students accompanied by 4 teachers from Moi Girls, Kamusinga, Bungoma County, who are in the Senate on an education tour. Now, honorable senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. I will allow the Senator for Bungoma to say few words of welcome to be said under 1 minute. Proceed, Senator Wakoli.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa nafasi hii na fursa hii kuwakaribisha walimu wenzangu ambao wameongoza kikosi cha mabinti wenye nishati mpwito ambao wamezuru jumba la Senate siku ya leo kujionea kwa macho yale yanayojiri katika jumba la Senate. Mheshimiwa Spika, shule hii imo miongoni mwa shule zinazobobea kimasomo katika kaunti ya Bungoma, na ni shule mojawapo ambayo kiongozi wa kina mama Mheshimiwa Catherine Wambilianga alizindua mchakato wa kuboresha masomo na fedha za basari katika kaunti ya Bungoma. Ni shule mojawapo ambayo waasisi wake ni kanisa la Marafiki. Mheshimiwa Spika, shule hii inatambulika kwa michezo na vile kwaya na talanta mbalimbali. Mimi ninajivunia walimu na wanafunzi ambao wako hapa, na ni kielelezo kwamba Bungoma vile ina uwezo wa kimasomo na talanta ambayo kwa muda mrefu imekuwa inapuuzwa na wengi katika nchi ya Kenya. Nina furaha kwamba wamefika hapa kujionea wao mwalimu Wafula akiboronga na kujikinyorosha Kiswahili, akiwasilisha hoja za Bungoma na nchi nzima mchana peupe, pasipo kutishwa ama kutikiswa na mtu yeyote. Hii ni shule ya wasichana, na hapa wasichana ningependa mjionee. Kuna maseneta kina mama hapa ambao hutetea hadhi na nafasi ya wanawake Kenya hii, sio kwa sababu ni wanawake, lakini wamepigiwa kura na kuteuliwa na vyama vya kisiasa ambavyo vinaamini katika demokrasia na nafasi ya kina mama kama uti wa mgongo wa nchi ya Kenya. Sasa leo mmejionea na mmeshika kovu kama Tomaso kwamba japo nyinyi ni wasichana, muna nafasi ile kama vijana barubaru katika kaunti ya Bungoma kupata nafasi na mgao wenu katika nchi ya Kenya. Sisi serikali ya Kenya Kwanza tutawatetea wasichana vile vijana, ili katika mgao na rasilimali za nchi ya Kenya wote waweze kunufaika, sio kwa sababu ya jinsia, ila uwezo wako wa kusoma na kuandika na vile kupambana na changamoto za kiuchumi. Mheshimiwa Spika, nashukuru sana kwa nafasi hii, na ningependa uwape nafasi kupitia mamlaka yako wanywe chai na wajivinjari katika jumba la Senate. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Honorable Senators, if I call upon you to make welcome remarks, and I tell you to do that under 1 minute, the timer will be put on. It will be switched on so that after 1 minute, your microphone will go off. I have seen that quite a number of us are truly abusing that privilege. Call the next order, clerk.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
Honorable Senators, I hereby report to the Senate that a petition has been submitted through the clerk by Mr. Kerich Kiprono Hillary, a resident of Nyangweres Ward, Chepalungu constituency in the county of Bomet, concerning catastrophic maize diseases that farmers in Bomet County have endured for the last 12 years. As you're aware, under Article 1191 of the Constitution, and I quote, every person has a right to petition Parliament to consider any matter within its authority, including enacting, amending, or repealing any legislation. Honorable Senators, the silent issues raised in this petition are as follows. 1. That Bomet County is one of the 7 most high potential maize production zones in Kenya, with agriculture servicing as the main economic activity in the county. Maize, in particular, plays a crucial role in terms of food and nutrition security, as well as income generation in the county. 2, that since September 2011, food security in the country has been severely impacted by catastrophic maize disease, known as maize lethal necrosis, MLN. 3, that the disease, which was first identified at the Kipisaret locality, quickly spread to the entire county, killing 90% of the planted crop in the year 2012, making maize crop farming an unpopular investment in the region due to these losses. 4, that to date, no intervention measures have been extended to the residents by either the national government or the county government, with maize farmers who relied wholly on the crop for subsistence and cash crop farming never receiving any sensitization on the disease specifically. 5, that considering that the disease is a fast spreader, there is a big risk that other maize growing regions of Kenya will soon be affected by the disease, resulting in maize crop failure in the country, thus leading to further food insecurity. The subsequent other development stakeholders have chosen not to give input loans to farmers in the affected region, making them suffer double jeopardy. That the petitioner has made all efforts to have this matter investigated and resolved by the relevant bodies whose responses have not been satisfactory. The petitioner, therefore, prays the Senate intervenes on this matter with a view to do the following: recommending measures for redress to the rural poor farmers affected by the maize disease in Bomet County, recommending measures to prevent the relevant government agencies to undertake research to curb the spread of this disease to other crops, recommending regulation of maize seed sale to ensure farmers have access to disease-resistant varieties, recommend provision of crop insurance to farmers in the region to mitigate crop losses and provide them with safety net, and finally, recommending the identification and promotion of alternative crops that can be planted in place of maize to ensure farmers and their families have sustainable food security. Now, honorable senators, as you're aware, under Order 237, the Speaker may allow comments for a period not exceeding 30 minutes on this. However, due to the workload ahead of us, I'm going to give 2 senators from the government side and 2 senators from the opposition side to respond or to make their interventions as regards this petition. Before you do that, I'm going to allow the next petition to be read, and once we're done reading the second petition, we can combine our responses. We combine the 2 petitions, and the 2 senators from both sides will choose which petition they will make their intervention. It is so directed. Senator Seki.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. It's a petition to the Senate by residents of Kajiado East and Kajiado West sub-counties concerning the rampant livestock theft in the region and Kajiado County at large. We, the undersigned, citizen of the Republic of Kenya and residents of Kajiado East and West sub-counties, draw the attention to the Senate to the following: that the livestock industry holds immense significance in both the economic prosperity, and cultural heritage of Kajiado County and the country at large. That the livestock keepers in Kajiado County face a crisis in recent times. That this has been in form of recurrent livestock thefts happening within the county. That the escalating residents of livestock theft has inflicted substantial financial losses, loss of lives, and encompassed in recent cases in Kajiado County where perpetrators killed the homesteads owners and made away with livestock. This has brought about emotional distress and an overwhelming sense of insecurity in our community. The community has lost over 5,000 livestock in terms of goats and sheep alone over a period of 6 months. That the total number of livestock lost could be higher since more residents do not report the cases to the police anymore as a result of low confidence in the security institutions. That the cases of livestock theft in the stated sub-counties have been rampant despite the presence of police apparatus and roadblocks across the affected areas within the county. The strategy used by the livestock thieves or the conspiracy, therefore, seems to be high-tech and well executed as the action goes undetected until when the livestock are long gone. That the petition has forwarded the matter to the relevant authorities and consideration, but the response has been unsatisfactory. That none of the issues raised in this petition is pending before the court of law, institutional, or any other legal body. There are, where therefore, your humble requests, your humble petitioners pray that the Senate hears and consider this petition. 2, investigate how the livestock are ferried past the heavy presence of police apparatus and roadblocks within Kajiado County without any notice or arrests of the perpetrators, and whether there could be a conspiracy to defeat justice. 3, initiate the formulation and passage of stringent legislation specifically targeting livestock thefts. These laws could encompass severe penalties for offenders, enhance law enforcement measures, and provisions for the establishment of specialized units to combat livestock theft effectively. 4, investigate why there have not been any arrests and prosecutions of perpetrators on the livestock theft, especially when such huge numbers of livestock is involved. That Senate consider the community request and redress in form of compensation on the losses caused by the cases of livestock theft within Kajiado County. Take any other measure or recommendations that Senate may deem appropriate. Signed by the petitioners. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
So, as I've already directed on these 2 petitions, we'll pick 2 senators from both sides to make the interventions. We'll start with Senator Mazayo.
Asante Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, kwanza nataka kumpatia kongole huyu aliyeleta hii petition ndani ya bunge la Senate, kuomba ya kwamba bunge la Senate liweze kuingilia katikati kuona ya kwamba wale wakulima wanaolima mahindi katika maeneo haya ya Bomet, katika maeneo ya Nandi, kule kunaongozwa na ndugu yangu Cherargei, wamepata afueni na misaada ile ambayo inahitajika kupatikana ili kuona kwamba mazao ya mmea wa mahindi imefaidika. Bwana Spika, petition hii si watu wa Bomet peke yake, bali katika Kenya nzima, tukijua kwamba maeneo tofauti tofauti ikiwemo Kilifi kama mojawapo ya kwamba kuna wakulima, na sote sisi tunategemea upandaji wa mahindi ili tuweze kufaidika wakati yakiwa yamezaa. Yanaweza kukinga njaa, yanaweza kusaidia wananchi kuwa na afya, na vile vile pia wanaweza kuyauza na kupata pesa. Bwana Spika, ni jambo zuri ikiwa tutazingatia sana mkulima huyu wa kutoka Bomet, ya kwamba ni lazima kuwe na mikakati mbalimbali kuona ya kwamba ugonjwa wengine huwa inaingia na kuharibu mahindi katika mashamba yao. Sasa ni ugonjwa kama huu ambao umeingia huko Bomet, na taarifa ni kwamba ni hatari sana, inaweza kuwasambaa kila mahali katika nchi. Bwana Spika, ingekuwa vyema kusikiza taarifa hii na kuichukulia hatua mwafaka, kwa sababu hata watu wa Kilifi wako na shida ya huu ugonjwa huu wa mahindi, ambapo mahindi mengi huwa yanapotea. Na katika hii nchi tunataka kuwe na security, ile tunaita food security, chakula cha kutosha ili wananchi waweze kufaidika, na vile vile wananchi waweze kupiga teke upande ule wa njaa. Sio kwamba hivi sasa tukiona ya kwamba kwa upande mwingine ikiwa itaharibu mmea huu wa mahindi, mimea hii ya mahindi ama chakula hiki cha mahindi kitaharibika kutoka shambani, basi watu watapata tabu sana na kutakuwa na njaa. Ndio hili baa la njaa tunasema liondoke, ili liwezeshe kuona ya kwamba wale wakulima wa mahindi wamefaidika. Asante Bwana Spika.
Senator Chiranke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, this petition is timely. I want to congratulate the petitioner for having faith in the Senate, Mr. Speaker. Sir, Mr. Kerich Kiprono Ilari, for petitioning the Senate on the issue of maize. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, majorly my region of North Rift, that is Nandi, among other areas including Bomet, we grow a lot of maize. And it is the same maize that is being eaten all over the country, among other counties. Mr. Speaker, this issue of maize is a very serious issue, because where I come from, my sub-county of Chesumei and Masob in Nandi County largely plants maize, but we have always had challenges. And I'm surprised maize is the highly sought after to be eaten, because you remember my good brother and friend, Senator of Nairobi, said, eating anything else outside ugali is not a serious meal. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I want to say the following. One, the way we have given livestock insurance to pastoralists, we must give our maize farmers crop insurance, so that when the issue of maize harvest fails, Mr. Speaker, we can have opportunity of maize farmers to be compensated, including the issue of crop insurance, just the way we give livestock insurance, Mr. Speaker. Number two, Mr. Speaker, when we have rains, like it's happening now in the North Rift, some parts do not have regular rains, Mr. Speaker, our crop normally almost fails, Mr. Speaker, because we need herbicides, acaricides, Mr. Speaker. But the elephant in the room, and I'm happy I'm seated next to the chair of agriculture, is there some herbicides and acaricides which have been banned in United States of America, that has been linked to the increasing cases of cancer in the country, Mr. Speaker. I'm surprised the Ministry of Agriculture, KFIS and KEMRI, Mr. Speaker, and AFA have not come up to ban and ensure the herbicides and herbicides that are being used to spray crops, including maize, should be banned, Mr. Speaker, because it has been discovered that it has cancerous elements, Mr. Speaker. So I want to challenge the Agriculture Committee, Mr. Speaker, as they look to this issue of the issue of crop that is failing in Bomet County, Mr. Speaker. They must. Number 3, Mr. Speaker, and finally, is we want to challenge Kenya Seed. And you remember, Mr. Speaker, Kenya Seed, Mr. Speaker, in some of the areas, they gave us seeds that even 6 choge was better, Mr. Speaker, where the seeds that we are getting from Kenya Seed, Mr. Speaker, is not maturing the way we should expect, Mr. Speaker. When you go to most of our farms, some of the seeds and the maize have changed color because of the quality of the seeds that is coming out from Kenya Seed. Mr. Speaker, I want to request that now that the budget has passed, the finance bill has passed, Mr. Speaker, we must ensure we increase the allocation to Kenya Seed to get us a disease-resistant maize seeds, Mr. Speaker, among other, including mung beans, including any other form of crop, Mr. Speaker, going into the future. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that as a region that plants a lot of maize, we expect a bumper harvest, Mr. Speaker. The challenge we had was on the issue of subsidized fertilizer, but we want to thank government. You saw even our president, Mr. Speaker, in his farm yesterday. You could see the maize is maturing properly. I want to assure our brothers on the minority side, Mr. Speaker, that they should give us 2 to 3 months, and they will need to remove those sufurias to the kitchen for cooking. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Muma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me an opportunity to speak to both statements. Mr. Speaker, I think the challenges raised by both petitioners in Bomet and in Kajiado call to the need for us as Senate to emphasize the need for functional intergovernmental relations between national government and county government. In the first instance, for the Bomet case, Mr. Speaker, you're talking about the function of research and standards. National government is in charge of standards, national government is in charge of research, but we find that since devolution, national government has seemed to abandon its role in setting high standards, in doing the relevant research in order to guide or to support the county governments with the relevant technical support in order for us to, for the country to perform as well. I would ask that the committee that will be looking at it, at this issue, should actually look at how best national government can support farmers or can support county governments with the functions of research and standards. We also would want to link this, I would want to link this to the recent bill that is coming up about extension workers. If the extension workers were to be given the basic necessary knowledge, they would be able to help identify the key problems, challenges around a particular seed, crop, whether it's maize, tea, or whatever it is, and ensure that we are able to deal with whatever problems in infancy. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the issue of the cattle rustling, I have always been of the view that national government is the primary function holder for security, but they cannot deliver this without working in collaboration with county governments. The issue raised by the petitioner on whose behalf Senator Seki read is actually raising an issue that would be best addressed if national government actors and county government actors were to collaborate in order to properly investigate the issues, particularly around cattle stealing and cattle rustling that are rampant within the pastoralist communities. So I urge that this Senate make efforts to use the intergovernmental relations opportunities to emphasize opportunities that prevail and that should actually enable us to collaborate better as national and county governments for the better delivery of services to our people. I support, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Murango.
Asante sana mstahiki Spika. Kwanza ningetaka kuunga mkono ombi ambalo liletwa na wale walioomba kutoka Kajiado na kutoka Bomet pia. Ningetaka kusema ya kwamba ingali tunajitahidi kufanya ukulima wa mahindi na vitu zingine. Shinda kubwa ambao tuko nayo ni kwa sababu ya wandundu, viwavi na pia ndege ambao wanaharibu mimea yetu. Na kwa hivyo ni vizuri kuhakikisha ya kwamba tunawashika mkono wale wakulima, haswa wale wanalima mahindi, kwa sababu ndio chakula ambao kinatumika sana Kenya hii, kwa kuwapatia mandawa na pembejeo ambayo inafaa ili kuhakikisha kwamba ile mahindi yao inakoma na wameweza kulisha Kenya nzima. Mstahiki Spika, shinda kama hizo ni nyingi tu, kwa sababu hata wakulima mchere, Mwea, Ahero, Mbura pia wanashinda kama hizo. Sana sana wakati wanapanda mpunga mwezi wa Samba, kuna ndege wanaitwa kuelea pia, ambao wanakuja wanashambulia yale mashamba. Ndege moja kwa inda anakula kama gramu 5. Kwa hivyo siku moja wakulima Kenya, wakati msimu wa mpunga unafika mwezi wa Samba, wanapoteza tani 5 kama Mwea kila siku. Kwa hivyo naunga mkono hayo maombi yote, na yakija kwa kamati tutayashughulikia vilivyo. Asante sana Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable senators. Pursuant to Standing Order 238-1, the petition as read by Senator Seki. Yes, the petition as read by Senator Seki. I do direct that the same be committed to the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations. And pursuant to Standing Order 238-2, the committee is required, in not more than 60 calendar days from the time of reading this prayer, to respond to the petitioner by way of a report addressed to the petitioner and laid on the table of the Senate. As regards to the petition by Mr. Kerich, I direct that the same be committed to the Committee of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries for its consideration. Now, in terms of Standing Order 238-2, the committee is required, in not more than 60 calendar days from the date of reading this prayer, which is today, to respond to the petitioner by way of report addressed to the petitioner and laid on the table of the Senate. It is so directed. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
The Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of this Senate today, the 29th June, the year of our Lord 2023, being, Mr. Speaker, sir, the Central Bank of Kenya Supervision Annual Report for the year 2021. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Chairperson, Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries. The Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate, today, 29th June, 2023. Report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries on the Prevention of Livestock and Produce Theft Bill, Senate Bill number 12 of 2023. I beg to lay.
Thank you, Honorable Senator Fatuma Dulo.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, 29th June 2023. Report of the Senate delegation to the 67th session of the Commission on the Status of Women, CSW 67. I thank you.
Next order, Clerk.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Senator Fatuma Dulo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I beg to give notice of the following motion that the Senate notes the report of the Senate delegation to the 67th session of Commission on the Status of Women held in New York from 6th March 2023 to 17th March 2023 laid on the table of the Senate on Thursday, 29th June 2023. I thank you.
Next order, clerk.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Request for statement pursuant to Standing Order 53-1. The Honorable Senator S.C. Okenyuri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Request for a statement on accreditation of new clinics and health facilities across the country by the Board of the National Health Insurance Fund. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Health on the abnormal rise in accreditation of new clinics and health facilities across the country by the Board of the National Health Insurance Fund after the rollout of Universal Health Coverage Program. In the statement, the committee should, 1, indicate the number of health facilities per year, per county accredited by NHIF in the past 4 years, that's the period between 2019-2023, vis-a-vis those of the preceding 4 years, 2014-2018. 2, disclose the quarterly trajectory of payments made from the fund to the NHIF top 20th percentile benefactor hospitals per county from the day those top 20th percentile beneficiary facilities were accredited as hospitals from the year 2019, or whichever is earlier. Number 3, cause an investigation on claims of siphoning of the fund in dubious claims by the benefactor health facilities across the country, shedding light on reports of collusion with NHIF staff and directors of such facilities. 4, state measures in place to recover public funds lost in collusions between employees of the fund and directors of health facilities. And finally, indicate the amount of funds recovered through such measures instituted by the fund in the last 5 years, stating deficiencies and interventions, if any. Senator Esther Okenyuri, MP. I also have another statement. Okay. On this is request for statement on sensitization and involvement of women and youth startups in the special economic zones and county aggregation industrial parks. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Trade, Industrialization and Tourism regarding the sensitization and involvement of women and youth startup enterprises in the special economic zones and county aggregation industrial parks. In the statement, the committee should, 1, appraise the Senate of the measures taken by the government to encourage and support investment in value addition by women and youth startup enterprises in the special economic zones and county aggregation industrial parks. 2, state the number of women and youth startup enterprises that have been identified for training and capacity building on value addition. 3, explain the nature of support, including mobilization of financial support, if any, that will be extended to women and youth by the national and county governments for their enterprises to investment in value addition in the special economic zones and county aggregation industrial parks. 4, inform the Senate whether there will be any preferential treatment and set quotas for women and youth startup enterprises in accessing opportunities to invest in the special economic zones
and the county aggregation industrial parks. And finally, state whether the national and county governments have identified any markets at the local, regional, and global levels for the sale of products produced by women and youth startup enterprises at the special economic zones and the county aggregation industrial park. Senator Okenyuri Esther, MP.
What is your intervention, Senator Maruma?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand because I want to seek for permission to read a statement which was dropped previously because I had an engagement with the PS Mining and I came a little bit late. So I'm seeking your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, to allow me to read it today.
Senator Maruma, the practice is once your statement is dropped, you do a letter addressed to the Speaker seeking for its restatement. I have not seen that letter. However, being the last day, I will save you. You will proceed to read your statement. Do you have it with you?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I have it with me.
Proceed.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I stand pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget concerning the status of the release of funds for the construction of Taita Taveta County headquarters. In the statement, the committee should, 1, explain the status of the release of funds allocated for the construction of the Taita Taveta County headquarters. 2, give reasons that have occasioned the delay of the release of the said funds. And 3, outline any steps being taken to ensure that the funds are released for the construction to commence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Boni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 53-1 to seek for a statement from the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intercommunal Relations concerning efforts by the Kakamega County Government through its assembly to anchor into law the office of the governor's spouse in total contravention, Mr. Speaker, of the Constitution, the County Government Act, and the legal advisory by the Attorney General. In the statement, the committee should, 1, state the legal basis for anchoring in law the office of the governor's spouse through the Kakamega County Office of the Governor's Spouse Bill 2023. 2, cause the Auditor General to undertake an audit of the powers of the County Assembly of Kakamega to establish the purported office of the governor's wife and processes used to create the said office. 3, probe the possible cases of abuse of this constitution and other laws by the county governors in creating unnecessary offices in an already bloated payroll. And finally, Mr. Speaker, state the extent of the implementation of the said law establishing the office of the governor's spouse in Kakamega County. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Crystal Asige.
Thank you, Speaker. I have 2 statements. May I start with either? Thank you. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Roads, Transportation, and Housing regarding the retesting of public service vehicles and commercial vehicle drivers upon expiry of their driving licenses. In the statement, the committee should explain the justification and criteria for retesting of holders of driving licenses with class endorsements B3, D1, D2, D3, C, C1, CE, and CD upon the expiry of the holder's license, as communicated by the National Transport and Safety Authority on the 20th of June 2023, stating the associated fees. State the professional qualification requirements for individuals conducting the retests. State whether the proposed biometric licenses are obligatory, specifying which category of drivers would be required to obtain them, and the cost associated with obtaining a biometric license, explaining the difference in cost, if any, and shed light on the extent to which representatives of long-distance drivers and conductors associations were involved in arriving at the decision by the NTSA to retest drivers holding the said driving licenses. And my second statement is also pursuant to 53(1). And this is seeking a statement from the Standing Committee of Labor and Social Welfare regarding the unfair labor practices facing long-distance drivers and conductors. In the statement, the committee should state measures in place to protect long-distance drivers and conductors from exploitation by their employers through unfair labor practices, and find out the extent of unfair labor practices against long-distance drivers and conductors, including but not limited to long working hours and poor wages, stating whether the minimum pay is in line with the Regulation of Wages Amendment, Order number 2000 of 22, which sets minimum wages for heavy commercial drivers and medium-sized commercial drivers. I thank you.
Senator Mogene.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise understanding order 53(1) to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare on the delayed payment of monies to the elderly persons under the Older Persons Cash Transfer Program. Mr. Speaker, sir, in the statement, the committee should state: 1, the reasons for the inordinate delay in payment of monies to the elderly under the Older Persons Cash Transfer Program. 2, outline any measures put in place by the government to ensure timely disbursements of these funds to the elderly persons of this country. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you allow me, I have another statement.
Proceed, Senator.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, sir, again under Standing Order 53, I seek request for statement on the state of roads in Nyamira County. Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to Standing Order 53(1), I seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Roads and Transportation regarding the state of roads in the county of Nyamira. Mr. Speaker, sir, in the statement, the committee should: 1, disclose the roads that have been approved for funding by the county government of Nyamira during the financial year 2019-2020 to 2020-2022, detailing the respective constituencies in which the said roads are located. 2, table a report on which of these roads have been completed as well as those currently under construction. 3, Mr. Speaker, disclose the funding allocated by Kenya Rural Roads Authority to Nyamira County covering financial years 2019-2020 to 2021-2022, and provide a breakdown of the budgetary allocations by the National Treasury per constituency. And finally, Mr. Speaker, sir, outline the plans the county government of Nyamira and Kera have put in place to ensure that the roads in the county are in a passable state. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Signed by Okongo Mogeni, Senior Counsel, Senator for Nyamira. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Murango.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to request for a statement on management of talent in counties. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Service Welfare regarding management of talent in counties. In the statement, the committee should, 1, outline plans in place by the national and county governments, if any, to provide infrastructural support and economic incentives for upcoming and established artists in Kirinyaga County. 2, state whether there are plans by the county government of Kirinyaga to establish a recording studio, arts academy, or any other income generating project for artists in financial year 2023 and 2024. And 3, update the Senate on progress made by the government in establishing the National Rights Registry, a central repository for collating details pertaining to ownership of various copyright works and the Kenya Copyrights Board, Keshobo. Senator James Murango, Senator for Kirinyaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Edwin Sifuna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to request for a statement from the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare regarding the neglect of the families of the 5 freedom fighters who were imprisoned in Kapenguria, together with the founding father, the late Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, during the fight for the country's independence. In the statement, the committee should state the factors that contributed to the prolonged non-disbursement of pensions and benefits to the families of the 5 freedom fighters, stating measures that can be taken to rectify this situation. Secondly, outline the steps being taken by the government to ensure that the distinguished contributions of the 5 freedom fighters are appropriately acknowledged and honored in line with the recognition bestowed upon their peers and colleagues who actively participated in the struggle for independence. 3, state the existing plans or initiatives aimed at identifying, indemnifying, or providing compensation to the families of the 5 freedom fighters, as well as other heroic individuals who endured financial hardships due to the prolonged absence of their primary providers during the fight for independence. And finally, explain why the principle of honoring those who heroically struggled to bring freedom and justice to our land, as espoused in the preamble to our Constitution, has consistently been applied selectively and not on all freedom fighters. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Miraj. Any senator holding her brief? That statement is dropped. Next order. Statements pursuant to Standing Order 57-1. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 57-1 to hereby present the business of the Senate for the week commencing 18th of July 2023. As you're aware, Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday we passed a motion that the House will proceed on a recess at the rise of the House later this afternoon and be back on the 18th of July, Mr. Speaker. Honorable members, this is to bring your attention that today we conclude part 3 of the second session in accordance with the Senate calendar. This far, a total of 38 bills have been published. Out of these bills, 21 are pending conclusion in the Senate at various stages. A total of 17 bills are at the second reading, while 4 are at the committee of the whole stage. The Senate has considered and passed 6 bills, 2 of which are awaiting assent by His Excellency the President, and 1 has already been assented to. 3 are pending before the National Assembly. Honorable Senators, I take this opportunity to laud and thank all senators for their dedication and commitment that they have shown in discharge of their mandate as legislators. Following the August 2017 general elections, at such a time as this, the Senate had published 28 bills which were pending at various stages. 1 bill had been assented to and 6 had been passed by the Senate and forwarded to the National Assembly. This shows great improvement at this time, and I urge us to continue with the same spirit in service to the people who entrusted us to represent their interests in this House. Mr. Speaker, as indicated in today's order paper, at order number 8, 9, and 11, there are divisions at the second reading and committee of the whole stage. I urge our party whips from both sides of the House to mobilize the requisite number of senators for divisions to be undertaken. Following the passage by the National Assembly of the County Allocation of Revenue Bill 2023, it is expected that the county government cash disbursement schedule will be introduced in the coming days for consideration by the Senate. I want to laud the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget for the timely consideration of critical financial instruments and tabling of the reports thereon, and urge other committees to emulate this kind of dedication. Mr. Speaker, sir, with respect to motions, we have 22 motions that are pending before the Senate. I continue to urge the respective movers to be available in the chamber whenever their motions are scheduled in the order paper. In terms of petitions, a total of 12 petitions are now due for reporting. As I indicated last week, and will emphasize again, that there are 4 petitions which are due for reporting by the standing committees on roads, transport and housing. And I see the chairperson is in the House, Mr. Speaker. I hope he takes note of that. Due for reporting means that the statutory 60-day time frame within which we are to report back to petitioners has lapsed. And therefore, we expect you, Senator Karungo, and your team to actually report back to the House on the progress. I hope you'll take advantage of the recess to conclude on this business. 3 petitions are due for reporting by the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights. I don't see the chairperson, but I'm sure members are there. 2 petitions are due for reporting by the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare. 1 petition is due for reporting by the Standing Committee on Education. 1 petition is due for reporting by the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries, and 1 petition is due for reporting by the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources. I request the Standing Committee to expedite consideration of these petitions and table the reports as required by Standing Order number 238-2. Statements are increasingly being sought pursuant to Standing Order number 53 and others issues pursuant to Standing Order number 52. A total of 141 statements are pending conclusion by the standing committees. I urge the respective committees to expedite consideration of the same and table reports pursuant to standing orders. I urge and encourage chairpersons of the various standing committees to utilize Standing Order number 56-1 to present statements on matters for which committees are responsible to appraise the House from time to time. Mr. Speaker, it's important for our chairpersons to note that the provisions of Standing Order number 56-1 are available for their use to regularly update the House and colleague senators on the matters that they are actively considering before the House, Mr. Speaker, so that we do not have to wait and question them. With regards to questions, during the meeting of the SBC held on 27th of June 2023, the committee maintained the same set of questions scheduled for Wednesday 28th June to be scheduled for Wednesday 19th of July 2023 upon resumption of the Senate from recess. This came as a result of the postponement of this set of questions owing to Wednesday 28th June 2023 being gazetted as a public holiday to celebrate Eid al-Adha. Therefore, the Cabinet Secretary for Education will appear before the Senate on Wednesday 19th 2023 to respond to the following to questions by the following senators. Senator George Mbugua on PWD education needs, Senator Joyce Korir, Senator Peris Tobiko, one by Mariam Sheikh, Senator Cherargei, a couple of questions, and Senator Cherargei as well. Finally, Mr. Speaker, in accordance with the Senate calendar, at the rise of the House today, the Senate will proceed on a 2-week recess. Regular sittings of the Senate will resume on Tuesday, the 18th of July, 2023. Finally, On Tuesday, 18th, 2023, the SBC will consider and approve the business of the week. This will be business that will not be concluded from today's order paper and any other business scheduled by the SBC. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and hereby lay the statement.
Next order, clerk.
Order number 8, the Agricultural and Livestock Extension Services Bill, Senate Bills number 12 of 2022, division.
That order is deferred. Next.
Order number 9, the Startup Bill, Senate Bills number 14 of 2022, second reading, division.
That order is also deferred. Next.
Order number 10, Committee of the Whole, the Cotton Industry Development Bill, Senate Bills number 5 of 2023, division.
That order is also deferred. Next.
Order number 11, Committee of the Whole, the Employment Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 11 of 2022, division.
That order is deferred. Next.
Order number 12, Committee of the Whole, the Learners with Disabilities Bill, Senate Bills number 4 of 2023.
That order is also deferred. Next.
Order number 13, the Mung Beans Bill, Senate Bills number 13 of 2022, second reading.
Now, honorable senators, we have deferred, I think about five bills that are to proceed to division owing to lack of the requisite number of the delegations. This is the last day. After this, we go on recess for 2 weeks. And I want to believe, or rather, I want to urge both sides. Let us take this opportunity to reflect on the very reason why we are in this Senate. One of the key reasons why we are in this Senate is to make laws. I have looked at my list to see how many senators that I've released to travel, and there are very few. We actually have the numbers in this country as we speak, but these numbers are not in the chamber. And therefore, 6 bills that will have sailed through division, we have to defer till we come next at the end of the recess. So, honorable senators, this is your house. This is your business. Purpose to make sure that once we have a bill committed, we take it all the way to avoid clogging the legislative calendar. I will call upon, we are going to resume business on the Mung Beans Bill, and I can see Senator Manzo Daniel. Yes, what is it? Yes, very well.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for that guidance. But the pain that I'm feeling as a whip, which is shared by my colleague on the other side, is that as soon as we adjourned on Tuesday, we started whipping and told members, come Thursday, which is today, they should be to vote. I've been whipping from 8 in the morning up to now. I'm very disappointed. I wish you could have a tool to make that communication of yours, Mr. Speaker, sir, more emphatic. It's very frustrating to be sitting here from 2:30 to 6:30 and allowing business to bend the way it is. And you can see the leadership of the House is leading by example. The leader of the majority is there, the leader of the minority there, all the leadership of the House is in the House today. So, Mr. Speaker, it goes beyond the House Business Committee.
Senator Bonnet, before maybe I respond to that, let me allow Senator Wambua to give us his wisdom. in this matter.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I almost feel the pain expressed by Senator Alwale. But what he's asking for, in my very humble opinion, may not really be the way to go. I think, the Speaker, the one thing that we must all appreciate is a statement that you have made. And this is personal to every senator. The decision to just commit to the cause of the Senate. It cannot be whipped, it cannot be enforced through the Speaker's rules. It has to be a personal commitment to the cause. And as a Speaker, I want to implore myself and my colleagues and everyone who has any business in this Senate, that as a Speaker, we have an opportunity as a House to rise above the fray and to be that House where everything else, when everything else seems not to be working, then this should be the house of last resort by everyone to provide leadership, to provide guidance. The Speaker, as you have said, and I know I have also expressed the same to you, how beautiful would it have been if Senator, my chairman, Dhangwa of Kiambu, and all my colleagues in this House, if when we were going out today, we would have dispensed with 6 bills. And then we challenge the National Assembly and tell them, the ball is in your court. Push the bills to completion. Because at the end of the day, the Speaker, and I have heard Senator Majority Leader read the statement. Quite impressive business before us. If we can just conclude this business, then we will be remembered as that House that took their legislative role a lot more seriously. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Senator Karungo, what say you?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I truly agree with you. We have to remember why we were voted for, so that we are in this House. We discuss important issues, Mr. Speaker, but maybe I'm asking myself, could this be the effect of having a holiday in between the week? You know, sometimes it could be. I'm just asking myself, Mr. Speaker. And also, Mr. Speaker, I tried to raise the same issue, maybe not the way it was supposed to be raised I think on Monday, and I was told to withdraw and apologize. But I think when we're here as a Senate, all we have to do is to understand why we were voted for. And it feels sad that 6 bills have to wait for another few weeks before we get there. I think it also calls for the leadership of this House to invite us for what we call a kamukunji, so that at least people can discuss some of the issues maybe they're not able to discuss on the floor of this House, so that when we come back, Mr. Speaker, we will be one voice, will be one Senate that is geared towards fighting for the interests of our counties. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Let us not make this an issue of debate. Yes, Senator Mazayo, what's your wisdom in this matter?
Asante Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, nafikiria hii sababu ya sisi kwenda live, kumekuwa na huu msemo kwamba kuna wengi wetu huwa hatuji ndani ya bunge, na ni jambo la kusikitisha sana. Cha kwanza Bwana Spika ni kwamba watu wanakuja ndani ya bunge wakati kutakuwa na edha mswada ama mtu ameambiwa aje kwa sababu ya kitu fulani. Bwana Spika, kama hiyo mwenendo kama huo utakuwa hautatusaidia sisi. wewe ulichaguliwa na wananchi, uje katika bunge la Senate uweze kutunga sheria zitakazosaidia na kutetea kaunti uliochaguliwa. Lakini ukiona hususan wale watu ambao walichaguliwa ndio hawaji katika bunge, ni jambo la kusikitisha. Kwa hiyo nafikiria aliposema pengine yule ndugu yangu Kahungo ama Thangwa, amesema kwamba ingekuwa vizuri tuwe na kamkunji na tuulizane maswali ya kina kiwaziwazi, ya kwamba ni kwa sababu gani hili bunge letu haliwezi kuonyesha kwamba kila mtu anataka kuja. Kuna wakati fulani, wakati wa mwaka 2013 na 14 na 15, hata bunge lile lilokwisha pia, kama kiongozi walio wengi anaweza kukubaliana na mimi ya kwamba bunge lilikuwa likijaa sana. Lakini sasa kuna tofauti ya kwamba tokea tuanze hili bunge, na nasikitika kusema kwamba ilikuwa mapema sana kwa sisi. Leo tunafikia karibu mwaka mzima, tunafikia karibu na mwisho wa mwaka, tunaona ya kwamba bunge hili, wakati hata ukiingia ndani utakuta ya kwamba saa nyingine unaingia ndani ndio kengele inapigwa, na hiyo si kawaida. Kawaida ya bunge, uzuri ni kwamba sisi sote tutaingia hapa ndani tukae, na alafu baadaye wewe ukiingia unakuta bunge limejaa, lakini sio kuitwa na kengele. Kwa hiyo ninataka kuwauliza hawa ndugu zangu Kiranja aliye mbele kwa upande huu wa upinzani, na Kiranja pia aliye mbele kwa upande ule wa walio wengi. Bwana Spika, Viranja wanatakana kujua kazi yao na kufanya kazi yao kisawasawa, na mimi ninawapatia kongole kwa sababu wanafanya. Hata kwa upande huu wetu wanafanya, lakini sasa itabidi tuite kamkunji ili tuweze kuwapatia nguvu pia Viranja, ili kusema ya kwamba hili jambo liliongelewa katika kamkunji, na sasa Viranja wanafanya kazi zao. Manake mimi naona pia heshima inakuwa kidogo. Kwa hiyo Spika, hili ni swala ambalo ni lazima sisi tulitafakari kisawasawa. Asante.
Senator Aaron, you pressed your card to contribute to the motion or to... No, I want to say something. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a quick comment is that all is not lost. We currently have 19 delegations within the pressing, 17 in the House and 2, I'm told, in the lounge. Maybe what I could ask of our whips is that if they try and raise another 5 senators, we are good to go, because we need only 24 delegations. I know that's a bit of a weird way of working, but we should do better. But what do we do in the circumstance? I sometimes ask myself what has changed, Mr. Speaker, because of what the minority leader is saying. I am used to a very vibrant House that is full of debate. That's what Senate is known for. In fact, many of our colleagues from the Assembly are always jealous of the Senate because of the opportunity to debate. But Mr. Speaker, maybe this break was needed, and we hope that in the course of the break, people will re-energize and conclude all that they are normally rushing out of this House to go and transact, so that when it's time for Senate, you sit from 2:30 to 6:30, Mr. Speaker. I always remind people, Mr. Speaker, that why do we forget so soon? During election season, people can kill and fight for a chance to come to this House. But then soon after they get a chance to be here, they want to be elsewhere, not inside the House, which is rather weird, Mr. Speaker. So I hope maybe in the next, we can proceed with the business that's ahead of us, but should our whips in the next maybe few minutes raise the other 5 members that are needed, we can always seek your indulgence, understanding order number 1, Mr. Speaker, to revert back to the previous order and we conclude on it. I think it's very important business for us to proceed on recess without the concluding on that particular business. Final, Mr. Speaker, I hope our 2 whips can also maybe, you need to, and I've always said this to my whip, and I say this to my brother Sifuna as well, that keep a list so that as you come to the House, you know who's coming and who's not. Now we will just be ticking and saying, so and so you had assured us you are coming to vote, and it will be easy to mobilize. But allow us, Mr. Speaker, to proceed. Then should we get these 5 delegations that you are waiting for, we'd be good to go and we can revert back and come and conclude on that business. So that means that the people that are in at least don't leave the precincts of Parliament, just be within. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, and thank you so much for those who spoke. Thanks for your words of wisdom. I hope that as Senator Wambua has said, it goes to the personal, it's a personal responsibility, really. Having run a campaign and made promises that you're going to be the best representative of your county in the Senate, and then you're nowhere, where the real business of the Senate is called up, you're nowhere. I think it calls for personal responsibility. So I hope as you do your Kamkunji, that is the message that you ought to give to your members. This is an area where the Speaker has very little latitude, if any. You know, for me, I do not remember starting a session with a quorum, other than during the controversial impeachment or list of committee members, areas that are really not the key responsibilities of the Senate. So members, it is your house. We had issue, I think there were murmurs when we started, that the panel was taking too long. Whoever was sitting on the chair will take too long in dispensing with statements and all that. And I think we have now gone over that hurdle. We want to give more time to critical business, which are the bills. We have reached there. We are ready to move, and we don't have the numbers to do this. So I want to believe that as we proceed in today's business, the two whips, if we can save these bills today, so that as we go on recess, at least we can, say something that in this session we passed these bills. I think that will be a good record and a good score for us as a Senate. Senator Manzo, kindly proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute on this very important bill, the Mung Beans Bill 2022, brought by my brother, the Senator for Kitui, the Honorable Eno Kwambua. Mr. Speaker, the Mung bean is the green grams and also popularly known as ndengu. Mr. Speaker, so that we may move with the Kenyans who are following this debate. Mr. Speaker, the Mung bean is a plant which is very common in the drier parts of the country, especially Makueni, Kitui, Kajiado, and many of the farming, the coastal area, many of the farming dry parts of the country. It is a very rich source of proteins and used by a lot of people as a food, and again also as a soup, and it can make quite a number of, food substances. In Makueni, we have a processing plant which was sponsored by World Bank a while ago, and this plant is currently being reformed by the current county government so that it can be effective. But the plant will not work well if farmers don't grow dengu. And therefore, the Minister of Agriculture is very, very instrumental. And unfortunately, Madam Speaker, the Agriculture Ministry, which is devolved under the Constitution, has not fully been devolved. Agriculture is a very main component of what we do. Agriculture is a main earner, or is a main activity Kenya carries on. And we have different climatic conditions, and dengue favors the drier parts or survives with little rainfall. And therefore, it is encouraged, and this bill is very important, so that farmers can now start growing this rich source of protein, and clearly is also exportable because it is a very common legume. and needed in many parts of the world as a source of protein, and especially for people who are vegetarians. And Madam Speaker, there's a growing, practice by many citizens of the world. A lot of them are going vegetarian, owing to one-time scarcity of meat, and secondly, the uncertainty of meat, and owing to the treatment of animals and the quality of meat. A lot of people have been advised by their doctors to be vegetarians, and especially as people age and there are problems with consumption of meat, then vegetarian diet, fully supplemented with the protein, is very, very important. And therefore, Ndengu comes in as one of such plants. In Makueni, it grows there, and it survives with very little rainfall. In fact, farmers who grow dengu are sure they are going to harvest even with 2 weeks rainfall. The biggest problem which has come up now is just like we had a case in Nandi and other places, maize affected by a strange disease. Similarly, dengue has also been hit by a very strange disease. And it has some little animal which attack it, and then it's blackish in color and covers the leaves and covers the stems and covers the ponds. County governments really have to be empowered to fight these diseases. This particular one, when sprayed, it's not responding to herbicides, whether organic or synthetic, and it's very frustrating to farmers. But I believe with this law, the county governments will be empowered, because there's a role of national government, there is AFA, and there's a role of the county governments. And more important, if farmers are organized in cooperatives, it is easier to grow this plant and even marketing it locally and abroad. In fact, the demand for this particular bean is so much so that whatever is grown quickly ends up being consumed, and we begin to import. And I believe with such wonderful soils and wonderful climatic condition in this country, despite the challenges of climate change, which we really, as a people, are making an effort to counter, it is imperatively very, very important that we make sure that this particular plant really gets support. And one of the best things Honorable Wambua has done is to give it a legal structure, so that the implementation and the growing and the support of farmers and the support by the international community, people who believe in a vegetarian diet, and many lobbyists in the world will come in and support the farmer growing this particular plant. And therefore, beginning by encouraging the farmers of Makueni, Kitui, Machakos, Kajiado, and then the coastal area, to really make it a very big part of their growing. For one, once harvested, it survives the little rainfall. Secondly, once harvested and you have excess, you can sell it at very good money, and you will find that you are able to buy other foodstuffs. And it's one way of ensuring that there's food security in the country. I have been in the Committee of Agriculture in the National Assembly once, and now in Senate I'm in the Committee of Agriculture. And our committee did very well to support this particular law, and it has also quickly moved on the floor of the House. And therefore, it is very important, even all senators and governors, to encourage in many other parts like Tharaka, many other parts of the country. It is also a plant which is easy to protect, from attacks, wild animals and other crops like that. It is not consumed. And again, it takes a very, very short time to mature, and then dries up quickly, and it's very easy to process. And then storage, of course, becomes a challenge. And this is what Makueni was trying to sort out, and is in a very advanced level in sorting this out. So first and foremost, while encouraging this debate, is to make sure as many farmers as possible in those favorable climatic conditions grow this plant. And now that we have a legal structure which is going to protect it. And secondly, the CECs of agriculture in the counties, to have an elaborate plan on how to make sure that there is enough seedlings so that when the rains, just before the rain sets, and make sure that farmers are sensitized sufficiently to be able to plant as soon as the rains set. And if that happens, Madam Speaker, then it becomes very easy to deal, to encourage farmers. And coming back to the issue of cooperatives, if farmers are organized in cooperatives, they will easily deal with the herbicides issue, the seedlings issue, the marketing issues, because that's where one of the biggest challenges come. The control of prices to make sure that farmers are able to maximize their profits. It's also not that very much labor intensive. It doesn't require as much labor as other plants will do. Even the harvesting is picked by hand, and even by growing massively this dengue, then you're also creating employment. Young people will be busy when the rains come. They'll be busy while harvesting. They'll be busy while transporting. And they'll be busy while marketing, to different places. And in fact, in a lot of occasions, business people come along, in places like Makueni, looking for this particular product, and are able to get a lot of it at a cheap price. So I believe when farmers are organized in cooperatives, it is easier to make sure that they are not exploited and we avoid the middleman. This also grows a lot in India, and it is one of the places, I can see my chairman for agriculture is in the house. It is one of the places in India we could also benchmark and see how the systems, including the storage and the warehousing, of which now we have a law in the country, can happen to reduce, post-harvest damages and the processes. And again, also, the herbicides, if we could go more of organic, bio, the world over is very keen on bio products. It's very keen on products which have not been sprayed with herbicides, which are not natural. We are very much blessed, Madam Speaker, in Kenya that we have pyrethrum, which manufactures organic herbicides. And we could be leading when we are very sure that farmers, and that's why we talked about extension officers, have been guided properly. Farmers have been guided properly, and will find it easy to access to these herbicides which are organic. Then the European market will really welcome us. Because you see, from where we are, when we go synthetic herbicides, then we lose the market from the European countries. The European countries are very keen on getting organic products, especially for consumption in this era of cancer. And therefore, that's one of the things to look at so that we have a ready market, and it's also good for our own consumption when the herbicides are safe, and even the storage, the storage becomes easier when you are using products which are natural, including pilipili, can also be used to produce these organic herbicides. This has been one of the biggest challenges. And there's a very big debate now on GMO products. This is one of the ways to check GMO products coming from the country. We can develop our seed so that it's locally developed, it's natural, it's organic, and we have scientists in this country who make the best out of a product, so that we have a bean which is fully grown and grows quickly, and the seedlings is able to be planted without losses. So we have scientists in the country who can do that. So we do not have to develop a GMO product of this nature. Unfortunately, GMO products need a lot of herbicides to survive the harsh weather and the things which attack crops. But this particular crop can be developed in such a way it is able to survive local diseases, survive drought in the country just by developing the normal seed. And with the framework which has been provided and the regulations which will be made thereunder, I believe it is doable, and the Kenyans are going to plant this very, very important crop in as many parts as possible, and challenge the national government, because it has roles, to really provide the infrastructure in terms of extra warehousing, now that we have a housing law, and storage, marketing strategies, and then most important, funding the counties, devolving this agriculture function to make sure that by the time the rain is set, we are ready. Being an agricultural country and having an agricultural-based economy, we have to utilize with a lot of wisdom every plant we plant in this country, so that it has the best seedling, it is best suited in its climate. And one of the areas to learn has been the Israel experience, where they grow crops through irrigation. We really should be moving from rain-fed agriculture to irrigated agriculture. But meanwhile, before we get there, because we are still for Kitui, Makueni, Kajiado, and Machakos, Thwake Dam construction is going on, and I'm happy to report that it resumed today after failing for about 3 weeks when its budget had been altered and 5 billion shillings removed from it. I'm happy to report now the monies are back after a very serious fight with the necessary departments, Ministry of Water and Treasury. The monies are back, and the young men who had been laid off are back to work. Once this dam is through, we want to irrigate to make sure even when the rains fail completely, now that we are in the era of climate change, these mark beans can still be irrigated, and the best out of that product can be realized. So, Madam Speaker, I really want to laud the Senator for Kitui, and we have come to his support. He did public participation. He got a lot of assistance from the Committee of Agriculture. He got a lot of assistance from our sister, the Honorable Mbethi Sienko, who is nominated, and originally where she comes from, this product is grown a lot. We really want to encourage Kenyans in all those counties where the this bean is grown to really come up, farmers, to know that this is a good product, now that there's a legal framework that they can grow it, but more important, encourage the national government to do its duty and the county governments to do their duty, and we will be there with farmers. We look forward to passing of the bill on extension officers, so that we have knowledgeable extension officers who know best to deal with legumes and who can get the best out of legumes. There are other legumes which are very popular there, the real bean. We have the cowpeas, we have the green peas. There are so many other legumes. We have the popular minji from Kirinyaga. Now, the other parts we supplement with the green grams, and I believe will give the world enough proteins. I thank you, Madam Speaker. I support.
Honorable members, I have a communication to make on the visiting teachers and students from Orero Boys High School in Homa Bay County. Honorable Senators, in the public gallery, we have 45 students accompanied by 6 teachers from Orero Boys High School, Homa Bay County, who are in the Senate on an education tour. Honorable Senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. I thank you. I'd like to request Honorable Wambua on behalf of Team Homa Bay to welcome the team.
I thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to welcome the visiting delegation from Homa Bay, students from Orero, madams, and their teachers. For the visiting delegation, this is the upper house, as it were, the Senate of the Republic of Kenya, where we legislate, and especially on matters that touch on devolution, to defend devolution and to ensure that devolution succeeds in the country. On behalf of your Senator, Moses Kajwang, who occupies a very important position in this Senate as the chairman of the County Public Accounts Committee, I want to welcome you here. He must be out on official business to ensure that counties comply with all the regulations and all the rules governing devolution. On my behalf, on behalf of my colleagues in the Senate, I welcome you to the Senate. I thank you.
On the Mung Beans bill, I now call upon the mover to reply. Apologies, Senator Mungatana.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I thank you for giving me the opportunity to make a small contribution on this bill. Madam Speaker, the great senator of Kitui, the senator who has sponsored this bill, is my neighbor. Tana River County, we are neighbors with our good friends from Kitui. So when he's speaking about growing of these mung beans, Mr. Speaker, it is the same climatic region that we are talking about. I therefore stand here to strongly support this bill, Madam Speaker, very strongly support this bill. Madam Speaker, we have watched other sectors of the economy in this country being supported by the state. Madam Speaker, we have watched the coffee sector, the tea sector, being supported by the state. But then when we come to crops that are grown on our climatic areas, on our regions, such as in Kitui, going down to Tana River and other areas, there is no support that the state has given us. Madam Speaker, what we have had is tokenism, where we are told we will send you a little fertilizer, we will send some little help from the ministry, and it's a one-off. But then, Madam Speaker, the politics of oppression, segregation in this country have been shown very much in the resource allocation in this country, Madam Speaker, on areas such as ours. Madam Speaker, you will never hear that the national government has written off loans worth billions to sectors of production in areas such as ours. But you will hear, Madam Speaker, that the government is writing off loans for coffee farmers, loans for tea sector, worth billions. All of us have paid that money, Madam Speaker. But then you will be told, because there is no law in that area, because the crops that you are growing don't have a legal framework, because the crops you are growing don't have an organized section, regulated sector, therefore. Madam Speaker, this has continued since independence, Madam Speaker. And people say, oh, the people of Kitui or the people of Tana River are not developed. It's not because the people who are leading them are not working. Madam Speaker, there has been economic segregation. And it is my prayer that in this William Ruto administration, Madam Speaker, the bottom-up spirit will go towards those areas, such as ours, to support our economies, Madam Speaker. Right now, Madam Speaker, we know special measures are being set up to support the coffee sector,
to support the tea sector. But you don't hear these things happening for mung beans. You don't hear these things happening for watermelons which are grown in our areas. You don't hear these things happening for the legumes like beans that we grow in Tana River. You don't hear small-scale farmers being given small support to support their growing. This is why we continue to be segregated in this economy. We continue to be participation from outside. We are cheering in an economy where people are growing and continuing. It is very unfortunate, Madam Speaker, but you will come to our areas, and I hope you will travel enough to see even the housing. You will see it. When people get what they are calling coffee booms, they make beautiful homes, they make nice houses, they make good areas. But in our areas, there is no boom like that. There's nothing like that, Madam Speaker. You see houses that are dilapidated, farmers who are struggling to feed their homes. It's very difficult, even to feed themselves. So, Madam Speaker, I stand here and urge fellow senators to support this bill, Madam Speaker. The establishment of this regulatory sector to help the development of this sector for growth is good for us, especially those of us who have similar conditions in the drier areas of this country. Madam Speaker, when you look at this bill, and I want to point out to specific areas which we must support. I don't know where my spectacles are, Madam Speaker. I don't know. Maybe the opposition has taken it. Madam Speaker, if you look, oh, thank you. So, Madam Speaker, when you look...
What's the point of order, Sifuna?
Sifuna bwana, wacha wewe Sifuna bwana.
Madam Speaker, we are not allowed to be imputing ulterior or bad motives on our colleagues here. Can the senator withdraw because he doesn't realize he was unanswered? He has insinuated that members of the opposition have relieved him of some of his property. Now that it has been found, I think he needs to withdraw and apologize. We are not thieves, Madam Speaker.
Senator Mungatana, please withdraw.
Madam Speaker, I withdraw and apologize. And I never said that. Mr. Sifuna, you know that you are a fine gentleman. But, Madam Speaker, let's go to the bill. When you look at the responsibilities of the national and county governments, if you look at proposed Article 4 or Section 4 of this bill, Sabarticle I, Sabarticle K, it talks about initiate financing schemes for growers to enable access to affordable funding for farmers. Madam Speaker, you will never hear farmers in Tana River being given credit, being given loans. In fact, Madam Speaker, when you go down to eat the entire coast region, one of the things that is there is the coconut that cannot grow anywhere. When I was in the lower house, Madam Speaker, I brought a bill, and the government at that time had resigned from government. I remember very well the Honorable Salikos Gay was the Minister for Agriculture. And the bill went past second reading. And she came to me and told me, you know, we want to create all the nuts and oil producing plants. We want to put them in one bill, so that we can have a big organization that takes care of everyone. Madam Speaker, I was convinced that she meant well. But when it was subsumed there, Madam Speaker, that whole thing died. And you know, I had asked from the then President, Madam Speaker, to set up a coconut board, and it was there. President Kibaki actually set up that board. And Madam Speaker, it served for a while. But then because it was a presidential order, it was going to lapse. So we decided to put a bill to it. But Madam Speaker, even the holders of government offices, they don't take these economic areas of growth for other regions seriously. So that coconut bill just went. Madam Speaker, this Mung bill must be supported. And I am praying that all the senators in this country should support this bill. We must start to be deliberate about growing the economies of other areas. We must start being deliberate about government financing of these areas so that they can grow. You can imagine, Madam Speaker, if, let's say, Mung bean growers in Tana River County, in Kitui County, and that region, that whole belt, they had taken loans of about 500 million. And they maybe, for whatever reason, they're having problems repaying. And then the president says, we are writing off 500 million with the taxpayers' money. What that will do to our people. Now, this has been normal for coffee growing areas, for tea growing areas, but we have never benefited. Madam Speaker, this inequality in growth must start to end. And this bill starts to address those issues. Madam Speaker, when you look at paragraph F of this bill, it says it will promote access to international mung bean markets, and for this purpose collaborate with respective county executive committee members in determining appropriate areas for the establishment of local, regional, and international markets. Madam Speaker, the Chinese and all those areas in the Indian areas, they consume this thing seriously. So you can imagine, Madam Speaker, if it is organized, the market is organized, the production from where we are is organized so that it is targeted at Chinese market. How many peasant farmers will start earning good money for the efforts they make? Madam Speaker, this is a good bill and it's very, very well thought out. I want to urge members of the Senate that as we pass this bill, we pass it with a philosophical background that indeed we are actually now fighting for our counties. The counties that have never benefited from the national government. The counties that have always been left behind. We have always been thought that we are counties that receive relief. Madam Speaker, this must come to an end. We must not be thought as those counties that cannot produce. Madam Speaker, just because our climatic areas are not cold, it doesn't mean we can't produce things. We can. And Madam Speaker, all we require is support from the national government. And those policymakers who are listening to us, they must hear. The Senate is saying that this change of mind must happen. We must change our minds. We must produce in our minds another hormone that says even in those areas that are dry, we can produce and make a lot of money if supported by the national government. Madam Speaker, it is wrong. What has been going on is wrong. We have been segregated. We have been left. Madam Speaker, people have had access to funding to grow their areas. We have not had. This bill, Madam Speaker, is one step to address those injustices that have been happening since independence. Madam Speaker, I want to congratulate my neighbor, Senator Enoch, for Wambua for this bill. And I pray that all of us, Madam Speaker, will stand to support and we pass this bill as soon as possible. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
I now call upon the mover to reply.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to reply to the Mung Beans Bill of 2022. Madam Speaker, I want to begin where my brother, my friend, my neighbor, the Senator for Tana River. Madam Speaker, it is an open secret farmers of a lot of legumes in our country have been both oppressed and segregated over a long period of time. Madam Speaker, a time has come that we must lift that yoke of segregation, of oppression. As a country, Madam Speaker, we are not very, very well endowed with mineral resources. And I guess that is why we say that Kenya is largely an agricultural country. In this bill, Madam Speaker, myself and my colleagues see an opportunity to diversify our cash crops base, because as it were, Madam Speaker, the traditional cash crops, that is tea, coffee, pyrethrum, are losing out to international competition. As a Senate, we have a responsibility to each farmer in this country to innovate around the practice of agriculture and to regulate this industry. Madam Speaker, having made those opening remarks, I want to take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to very warmly thank Senator Maruma, the Senator of Taita Taveta, who seconded this bill. I want to thank our able chairman of agriculture, Senator Morago, for being extremely passionate about this bill. Madam Speaker, when this bill went to the Committee of Agriculture, the chairman took it up as his own bill. And he led us, because I also sit in that committee, to very robust and successful public participation exercises in Kitui County, and we visited 4 regions in Seikuro, in Gomeni, in Mutomo, and in Kiusiane. And in those areas, Madam Speaker, the passion of the chairman and the team that he led, including the senator for Embu, Senator Mundigi, the senator for Bungoma, Senator Wakoli, my sister, the nominated senator from Kitui, Senator Beth Siengo, and yours truly, the chairman led us to a very, very successful public participation exercise in those areas in Kitui. For and on behalf of the areas that we visited, I say thank you to the team. Madam Speaker, this bill advances the cause of marketing ndengu, or the mung beans, or green grams, both locally and internationally. In the local market, Madam Speaker, the options that we want to explore are especially in the feeding programs for national government, in public schools, and for county governments, Madam Speaker, in institutions that fall under the management of county governments. Internationally, Madam Speaker, and Senator Mugatana has alluded to this, there is a ready market in Asia, in India, and in the Middle East. The only thing we need to do is to just regulate this industry, package our produce properly, process the beans, and sell the same as finished products in the international market. Madam Speaker, I have said this and I want to repeat it. There is a reason why the drafters of our Constitution 2010 listed agriculture as item number 1 in part 2 of the 4th schedule on devolved functions. Because, Madam Speaker, a time has now come, and I'm really impressed by the challenge that we have been given by our Speaker this afternoon. That, Madam Speaker, we may differ and disagree on a lot of things in this country, as leaders and even as individual Kenyans. And it is okay to agree to disagree. But, Madam Speaker, when it comes to the issue of legislation, and especially on issues that touch our people, this is a time that the voice of the Senate, Madam Speaker, must be heard, and be heard loud and clear. I say this, Madam Speaker, because in the drafting of the Mung bill, the farmer takes the center stage. The farmer is put at the center of every conversation in terms of farm inputs, in terms of crop management, in terms of collection and storage, in terms of post-harvest management of the crop. The farmer is king in this bill. And, Madam Speaker, while drafting this bill, I want to also take this opportunity to very, very sincerely thank the Secretariat and my colleague, my teacher, Senator Professor Kamar, who spent a lot of time with me to panel beat this bill and make it attain a world-class status. Madam Speaker, in conversations around drafting this bill, we were guided by the principle of putting the farmer at the top of every conversation in mung beans. And why, Madam Speaker? Because there are some regions of the world where the farmer is really the king, where the farmer is so supported and so respected that they are issued with free passes in supermarkets, in metro stations, even in some hospitals. So that if a farmer comes to a metro station and there's a line, or goes to a supermarket and there's a line, they just need to show their free pass and they are served immediately to go back to the farm and feed the nation. Madam Speaker, we need to get there with our dengue farmers. We need to get there with our livestock keepers. So, Madam Speaker, the people that we think are at the bottom of the pyramid in terms of our economy are actually the people that shoulder the burden of feeding this nation. Madam Speaker, in this bill, and I said we need to disabuse ourselves of the notion that this is an Okambani bill, because it is not, Madam Speaker. In fact, this bill, this legume, these beans, mung beans, is extensively grown in Nyanza. It is extensively grown even in the upper eastern region in Embu and parts of Meru and Kirinyaga. In the coastal region, and we have heard the testimony of our brother, our friend, my neighbor, Senator Mugatana, that this crop just needs to be regulated, farmers just need to be supported, and when that happens, Madam Speaker, then there are basic conversations that will stop in this country. Conversations about providing relief food to sections of this country will stop. Conversations about basic ailments caused by poor nutrition will come to an end. Conversations about children not going to school for lack of food will come to an end. Conversations about our military going without food because there is no supply will come to an end. Madam Speaker, I want to implore my colleagues, when this bill finally is put to the vote, as many and many more than have supported this bill, to cast their votes in support of this bill, so that, Madam Speaker, we push it to the National Assembly. And I want to take this opportunity, Madam Speaker,
to assure this House that the passage of this bill in the Senate will not be an act in futility. We shall follow this bill every day, every minute in the National Assembly, if it is passed here, to ensure that it passes and is ascended into law by the President, to ensure that our farmers begin to benefit from the proceeds of their sweat. Madam Speaker, allow me to just mention the support and the contributions that have been made by my colleagues in support of this bill. And allow me, Madam Speaker, to just mention the senators by name who have stood with this bill. Because, Madam Speaker, then we say these and more others are the real friends of dengue farmers in this country. On behalf of those farmers across this country, I want to applaud the senators that have created time and opportunity and research on this bill to make their contributions. I thank Senator Maruma, I thank Senator Besiengo, I thank Senator Seki, Senator Morago, my chairman, Senator Beatrice Akinyi, Senator Mudigi of Embu, Senator Mazayo, my leader, Senator Wakoli Wafula from Bungoma, Senator Oburu Oginga, we call him the chairman of the youth, Senator Sige, Senator Okia Mtata, Senator Cherage, my teacher, Senator Professor Kamar, Senator Tabitha Mutinda, my friend, my colleague in leadership, Senator Edwin Sifuna, Senator Aaron Cheriot, the majority leader, Senator Wamatinga, Senator James Karugo, my other chairman in Rhodes, Senator Commissioner Kenywa, Senator Esther Okenyuri, Senator Veronica Duati, Senator Maanzo, and Senator Mugatana, and all the other senators who have, in one way or another, helped us to come this far with this bill. Madam Speaker, with those remarks, I beg to reply, and I request that, pursuant to Standing Order 66.3, you defer the putting of the question to a later date. I thank you.
Thank you. It is so deferred. Honorable Senators, I have another communication on visiting teachers and students from Friends School, Buake Boys in Trans Nzoia County. Honorable Senators, in the public gallery, we have 43 students accompanied by 2 teachers from Friends School, Buake Boys in Trans Nzoia County, who are in the Senate on an education tour. In our usual manner, tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. I thank you. I wish now to invite is the Senator for Trans Nzoia here? I wish to invite the Senator for Bungoma to welcome the team. Thank you.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa fursa hii ambayo umenitunuku kuwakaribisha wanafunzi wa shule kutoka kule Buake na walimu ambao wameongoza wanafunzi hawa kuja hapa. Mheshimiwa Spika, chanzo cha jina hili Buake vile vile linatoka kule Bungoma, na hii ni ishara kwamba kitaasisi ama kiafrika watu hugura kutoka eneo moja hadi lingine, na hawa jinsi walivyo hapa ni ndugu zangu kutoka Trans Nzoia ambao wazazi wao walitia jitihada ili wawe katika uhai huu na wawe katika shule hii. Walimu vile vile ambao wamehakikisha wanafunzi wamekuja hapa wanaelewa fika kwamba jumba la Senate ni kutunga sheria, hususan kudhibiti matumizi ya fedha katika kaunti, kutunga sheria kuafiki malengo ya ugatuzi na vile vile kupambana na ufisadi katika kaunti. Mimi ni kuwakaribisha wanafunzi kutoka Trans Nzoia. Nyinyi na Bungoma ni kama mapacha ambao wanafanana kisiasa, kiuchumi na kijamii, na kuhakikishia kwamba changamoto ambazo huwapata nyinyi watu wa Trans Nzoia huwafiki watu wa Bungoma, na kwa pamoja na seneta wenu ndugu yangu Chesang, tutahakikisha kwamba miundombinu, idadi ya walimu katika shule, mazingira mufti ya wanafunzi na walimu kufanya kazi yatadumishwa ili kuhakikisha kwamba mnapata yale mnataraji katika shule, na wazazi vile vile wanufaike katika matokeo ambayo mtapata. Sisi kama serikali tutahakikisha kwamba fedha zinakuja wakati unaostahili, na vile vile kuhakikisha kwamba mnanufaika na kufurahia. Ndugu yangu seneta wenu amewasili, Mheshimiwa Spika. Ningependa yeye kama pacha wangu wa Bungoma nimkaribishe, ama kupitia idhini yako umpe nafasi kukaribisha vijana chipukizi kutoka Trans Nzoia ili waweze kusikia sauti yake, kupata mawaidha yake na baraka zake, na vile vile baadaye atawapa ya Kaisari baada ya kuhudumia jumba la Senate. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Senator Sifuna, 1 minute. I believe in English it's 1 minute. You may. Senator? Oh, Chesang. Senator Chesang.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to welcome my school from Bwake, and just a word of encouragement to my people is that that as you look at us here, and you know me as your senator, and I'm one of the youngest senators in this country, I just want to encourage you that one day, if you work hard and put God first, and of course, you respect your teachers and follow what they teach you, I can assure you that you can be with you. As I look at you here, I can see next leaders, next MCS, next member of parliaments, next senators, next doctors. So I want to encourage you that always work hard, put God first, and also I just want to send a word of thank you to your parents, to your sisters, and maybe even some of you might have voted for me. Otherwise, thank you very much. And what, as my neighbor senator has said, I will give Caesar what belongs to Caesar. Karibuni sana. Thank you.
Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order number 45 on sequence of proceedings, I wish to direct that the order paper be reorganized so that we move to order number 19.
Order number 19, motion, establishment of an ad hoc committee on the compensation to the Kenyan victims of the 1998 bombing of the United States of America Embassy in Nairobi. Resumption of debate.
Senator Mazayo had some minutes to go. I see he's not in the house. Any other speakers? Senator Manzo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wish to support this motion. What happened in 1998, Madam Speaker, was very terrible in this country, and many people died, and others injured, and a lot of them became disabled. I know quite a number of petitioners in this matter no longer have their sight out of the blast, which caused that, and this disability happened to them when they were mature. And for those who died, their representatives are still waiting for compensation up to today. The most important thing with what the sequence of events is that a fund was set up for the whole world where American institutions or installations are targeted by terrorists. This was an attack to the American government. Kenya became collateral damage, and therefore, where such activities happen, Madam Speaker, then it is only fair, and they have come up with this fund that they compensate the victims as American government. A lot of them can still be done reconstructive surgery and will go back to their normal, finance for those who have been disabled out of this. And they are waiting for this moment so that it can happen. Now the thing left for this fund to be actualized is a law to be passed in the American houses, the Senate and the Congress. And for this to happen, Madam Speaker, we have to lobby with our friends in the United States of America, with our colleagues, so that they can expedite the passing of this law to actualize this fund, which not only will serve Kenya, but will serve other countries which have been attacked while Americans are targeted. In this case, 12 Americans died, and of 213 Kenyans also died. We really suffered. And ordinarily, those are very many years to have passed without compensation at all, coming to these particular people. Now, when you come to the composition of the members who have been proposed, first I want to thank the House of one of them. Owing to the National Prayer Breakfast, I have got very close friends in the American Congress and in the American Senate. And remember recently, Senator Chris Coons was here in Kenya, and the Senate was on recess. And I received him on behalf of the Senate one evening. And Senator Chris Coons, a senator for Delaware, he's one of the big movers in the American Senate. He inherited the seat of the current president, which had been occupied for many years, and they are steadfastly held the seat for quite a number of years, and is therefore very instrumental, very familiar with Kenya. In fact, he speaks fluent Swahili, because when he was in university, he came here for an exchange program with the University of Nairobi and stayed here for 2 years. So he understands the geography and the difficulties Kenyans go through. Now, at the same time, they have their own friends and caucuses, so that this law can be passed in the United States of America, and the families of the victims could be compensated. We also have quite a number of people who are still following this matter. And in their current condition, they are making telephone calls every day. I know some of them personally. They are, following this, and they have a lot of expectation. From the first time we had a debate in this house, there's a lot of expectation from many, many Kenyans, thousands of Kenyans who suffered here. And the role of the foreign affairs is very important. The role of the two parliaments is important. The role of ministries relevant to this is very important. And I believe with this team, which has been set up, we'll be able to action this quickly, and we could easily find compensation for the victims. Madam Speaker, I support and I look forward to very quick action by this House, so that the Kenyans who suffered in the bombings of 1998 of the American embassy here end up being compensated and restored despite many, many years of suffering. I thank you.
Senator Mondegi.
Asante Mr. Speaker, yangu ni kuunga mkono mambo ya kamati ambayo inaenda kuangalia vile watu waliumia na mambo ya ajabu. Kumekuwa na mambo ya ajali kwa miaka mingi. Unakuta ingine kuna insurance, pia kuna ingine unakuta ikienda kotini watu wanalipwa, ama mimi gari kianguka unakuta mtu analipwa kwa kipindi ya miaka 2 ama miaka 3. Hii ni aibu sana katika Kenya yetu ambaye tulipata uhuru kwa kipindi ya miaka 25 kuwa watu waliumia na wakafa, wengine walikuwa wanategemea watoto, walikuwa hiyo familia ilikuwa na wazazi, ilikuwa na watoto, ilikuwa na mabimbi, lakini mpaka leo miaka 25 kutoka ule mtoto alizaliwa kutoka wakati mpaka leo maisha yake iko mazuri. Lakini wale watu waliwachwa wamekuwa masikini, hata wawezi kuvunja watoto yao, wawezi kufanya chochote. Wengine waliumia mpaka familia ikasambaratika, na wengine huwa wanaenda na magari kwa sababu mikono yao ilikatwa ama miguu ilikatwa. Wengine walikuwa na vunja, wawezi kufanya kazi yoyote, na sasa wengine wako hali mahututi, wengine waliaga dunia. Na sasa ni miaka 25. Kwa hivyo mimi naunga mkono kama ni inji ya ng'ambo iende kuangaliwa, iweze kuangalia vile au watu wanafaa walipwe pesa yao. Kwa sababu ni kitu ya aibu sana kitu kama hiyo ilifanyika, na kitu ilikuwa inahusikana wazungu na wale wanajivunia wako na pesa na wanja lipa watu wetu wa Kenya. Asanti, naunga mkono Speaker.
Honorable Senators, I have yet another communication from the Chair on visiting teachers and students from St. Teresa's Girls in Samburu County. Honorable Senators, in the public gallery, we have 45 students accompanied by 4 teachers from St. Teresa's Girls School in Samburu County who are in the Senate on an education tour. In our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. I thank you. I now wish to invite Senator Hezena to welcome them on her own behalf and on the behalf of the Senator of Samburu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, like Nelson Mandela reiterated that a good mind and a good heart are a formidable combination, and there is nothing that best describes St. Teresa's more than that. Madam Speaker, I am proud to see these lovely ladies here because this is my alma mater. This is a majestic school nestled in between the Matthew Ranges and the great Ewasonyiro River in Samburu North, in the north. They are referred to as the desert roses and the academic giants of the north. Madam Speaker, this is one school that has given a lot of rivalry in academics to every other existing school in the north, and I'm proud to be an alumni. Madam Speaker, like their motto suggests, or that it's a tradition of excellence, being one of the oldest schools in the north and the most prestigious school in the arid Samburu, in the arid side of Samburu. And Madam Speaker, like we used to say, being a very strict mission school, that we abide in truth, love, and justice. And Madam Speaker, this school has given forth and proffered outstanding individuals to our society, starting with the first Samburu girl to go to university, Commissioner Sophia Lepushirit, EBS, and the Queen of the North, and my mom, Mary Lemaletian. And I'm also very sentimentally attached to this school, having been a place where my late father was a teacher, Raphael Lemaletian, and 2 of my sisters have been through this school. Madam Speaker, as a very strict Catholic school, the school has raised ladies of reputable character, and I am proud that they continue to excel not just in academics but outside there, in that when you walk the streets of Samburu or any town in the north, you always feel proud that you are a student from St. Teresa's. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And on behalf of my senator, my colleague Senator Lelegwe, I would like to read this brief speech. Madam Speaker, a welcoming note, sorry. Madam Speaker, I rise to join you in welcoming the teachers and students of St. Teresa's Girls Wamba. Madam Speaker, in a world where gender equality continues to be a pressing issue, St. Teresa's Girls stands as a shining example of hope for our girls in Samburu. Their consistent excellence academic performance has demonstrated that girls possess equal potential and are capable of leading in all aspects of life. May their presence in the Senate inspire us to continue working towards a society where every girl is empowered, where their voices are heard, and their contributions are recognized. Once again, I extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to St. Teresa's Girls Wamba, and may their time here be filled with fruitful experience, inspiration to be leaders in our society. Welcome, ladies and teachers, and this is the upper house of the Parliament of Kenya, the Senate. This is where we make laws affecting the county, and I hope you have a wonderful stay. Thank you.
Senator Sifuna.
Madam Speaker, indeed, I want to join my colleagues to support the motion that is before the House this afternoon. 25 years is a very long time for people to wait for justice. I am sure that many of the victims of the bomb blast in August 7th, 1998 have lost hope, Madam Speaker. When this thing happened, I was 16 years old. And Madam Speaker, you can imagine that from that time, we have had a lot of efforts being directed towards getting justice for the victims of the August 7th bombing. But nothing has happened up to date. It is something of a national shame that we have not been able to do anything to pursue justice for these hapless victims. Many were wondering why the Senate of Nairobi is not a member of this committee because this thing happened in Nairobi, Madam Speaker. But I want to correct the notion because what happened on August 7th, 1998 was a national disaster. Actually, it has international proportions because we lost people from all walks of life. We lost people from all regions in the country. Even international victims were part of the people who lost their lives there. And for the survivors to have seen the area cleaned up, we opened up a memorial park, people have moved on with their lives. You can imagine people who are 16-year-olds like myself are now in our 40s and we are here on the Senate. I think this committee must do justice finally for the people who actually were affected in this particular tragedy. Madam Speaker, we have seen compensation for other nationals from the US government. It is only fair because I think there is no greater life to another. I don't think that a citizen of the US has greater value in terms of the humanity of them than a citizen of any other country, including the citizens of Kenya. So I want to hope that by establishing this committee, I don't want us to just sell hope to these people because they have really held on to this hope for too long. And I'm hoping that this committee will finally be able to resolve this question for them because they have been just about about every office in the land. I am aware of efforts that have been even directed towards foreign lands, including in the US itself. I am really hoping that, when they see that the Senate is trying to do something for them, I really hope that this effort does not fail. And I want to encourage the members of this committee, led by my sister, Senator Agnes Kavindu Mudhama, know that the hopes of millions of families in this country are resting on you and they are looking at you. As a Senator of Nairobi, I will support you in any way that I can. I am available for you in the event that you need any support. But please, for the love of our people and for the respect of the time that they have waited for this to happen, I really pray, and I want to tell you that you guys, you senators, honorable members of this committee, you cannot fail on this one. On this one, you must succeed. You must bring closure to these families so that the pain that they endured on the 7th of August 1998 does not continue. Madam Speaker, I support.
Senator Thangwa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this motion, owing to the fact that in a month's time, or this August of this year, will mark 25 years since the 1998 bomb blast, Madam Speaker. I remember very well when I had the news of the bomb blast, I was in a matatu somewhere in Kaplamai, that is in Trans Nzoia, because we had just closed school, Madam Speaker. And at that particular time, because of hearing the news on radio, you could not have painted the picture, or the gruesome picture that came out of this bomb blast, Madam Speaker. Now, it is sad to hear 25 years later, the victims have not been compensated. Yet the Americans who died and probably who are injured during this bomb blast, there were about 12 of them, Madam Speaker. They were all compensated. That's why I stand here, because I do have so many people in my county, that is Kiambu County. So many, we know them by names, Madam Speaker. They cry to us all the time that they have not been compensated. They were neglected. Some of them were working in the cooperative building. After the bomb blast, they lost their jobs. They lost their physical ability. It was traumatizing, Madam Speaker, even their mental health. I think this is the right time that this committee is formed, this ad hoc committee, so that it can follow together with the Foreign Affairs Department, together with the government of Kenya, together with the American government, to see to it that all those people, over 5,000 citizens of this country, together with American citizens that were affected by this bomb blast, are compensated. Madam Speaker, just to show you that we know them, I know a few in Kiambu ward, like 17 of them, led by Esther Githagoi. Madam Speaker, we do have Kingori Hezekiel from Kikuyu. And I'm just mentioning those names so that even those who are not able to have been registered, because they do have groups, they have registered themselves. Some of them just gave up and went back home. It is time now for them also to reach out, to tell us, yes, we were there, this is what happened, this is what I've been following. Because it is not enough, Madam Speaker, just to have your name on a wall somewhere in Nairobi for people to be coming and taking photos. Yet your parent, your father, your brother, your sister lost a life there, and nothing else came out of it, Madam Speaker. So I think I call upon all those who could have been victims of the 1998 bomb blast here in Nairobi, also to come out, register, so that as this committee, this ad hoc committee is looking into this matter, at least they will have the right numbers, the right people, and of course, there will be, at the end of it all, they will know that they really help those who are supposed to be helped. So I stand here to support this motion, to support this committee. It has members who are very diligent, led by the mover of the motion, Senator Agnes Kavindu. Of course, we do have Senator Daniel Maanzo, Senator Alexander Mundigi, Senator Beatrice Ogola, Senator Jones Mwaruma, Senator Mohamed Said Chute, Senator Jackson Mandago, Senator William Cheptumo, and of course, Senator Perry Stobiko. I believe this is the right team to look into this matter. And I know at the end of it all, we will sit down as a Senate of between 2022 and 2027 that brought justice to these people who were affected by the 1998 bomb blast here in Nairobi. I support, Madam Speaker.
Senator Wafula.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity, Speaker, for me to support what my good senator has brought into the House. At that time, I was a tender gentleman in primary school. At that time, Kenya Times was the newspaper of the day, and my good parents could afford a newspaper, and KBC was the real thing at that time. We were surprised, perturbed, and in shock to see what happened in Nairobi at that time. People died, people suffered, people were in shock. The entire country was trembling. We had relatives and friends in that building. All the networks and connectivity apparatus available were put into use to confirm if our loved ones were safe, injured, or dead. Some were injured, some died, some it was possible for government to save them at that particular time. And it's so sad in the history of this country that up to now, such people are dubbed as history, while I believe some, because of their financial and political connectivity, managed to get good health services, care in hospitals. They had insurance covers that catered for them. But you have Kenyans who are there seeking for services, looking for opportunities, consultation with the leaders of the day who ended up being casualties because of proximity or the availability at that place. And I believe the reason why that building and Kenya was attacked is because of our proximity and association with our partners in this world. And I believe many of those people, if they are not Kenyans, they got their rightful share of compensation. But for Kenya, as we enjoy our cordial relationship with our partners and paying the price for our connectivity and friendship with our partners, our people are still languishing in poverty, in pain, and some cannot fend for themselves because of that attack. I want to beseech this House, Speaker, that our friends should be always with us in our times of need and in their times of need. They should stand with us when our people are suffering, and not only when we are happy in this country. We can't be talking about this over 15 years. Where is government? Where are our partners? What are our moral standings in this society? What are the values that we stand for as a country and with partners? It can't be business only. We are human beings. We are human doings. Whatever we do must reflect the human perspective. I want to support this committee and demand or expect that anyone who was in the line of duty or was in that building and as a Kenyan got or suffered as a casualty of that friendship with our partners must get their rightful share of compensation. And I hope that people didn't chew our money. You know, we are living in a country, Speaker, where as people cry on media, in social media, in functions, we might be sitting on a time bomb where people struck deals to close that file as people suffer. So this committee must go deep, find out what are the agreements all about, who did what at that time in history, were there any agreements or concessions that government entered with our partners, so that we close this file and everyone goes home happy, or those who are at home and were casualties are confident and happy that this chapter has been closed in a fair and free manner. Thank you, Speaker, for this opportunity.
Senator Mungatana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to speak in this motion. Madam Speaker, I want to start by congratulating the Honorable Iron Lady from Machakos on bringing this motion again in the form in which she has brought it. Madam Speaker, I was here when this motion came in a different format, and we felt as a Senate that it was not strong enough. And I'm glad, Madam Speaker, that she went and brought it back in this format. Madam Speaker, Honorable Senator who spoke before me said that this is a national matter, and indeed it is, because somebody who was then living in Nairobi from Tana River actually called me and said that we have been told that we should reach our senators because something is being done by the Senate. So, Madam Speaker, even people from my own county were affected by this
bomb blast. Madam Speaker, if I may recall, from the recollections of what happened on that day, on 7th August, Madam Speaker, 1998, there was a truck, Madam Speaker, that came to the American Embassy. At that time, Madam Speaker, the embassy was located right in town, like all of us remember, next to Cooperative Bank. Madam Speaker, under the building housing the embassy, there was a drop so that you could make deliveries. So this truck that was carrying the explosive with the terrorists came like normal to make the deliveries. And the guards there, Madam Speaker, said, you cannot access because you have not been cleared to go down. Madam Speaker, there was a barrier. And the terrorists had planned, in their initial plan, that they would talk their way through the barrier, maybe bribe the local guards who are there, gain access with a lorry full of explosives, damned deliveries, to go down so that they would explode the explosives from under the building so that the entire building comes down. Madam Speaker, the local guards who are at the barrier refused them to enter, and these terrorists became very frustrated. And so they started shooting at those guards who were there so that they could gain access. In the confusion, Madam Speaker, that truck never made it to the basement. Because if it had made to the basement, the entire embassy structure would have come down. But what they did, they decided to explode it right from the parking lot. In a sense, Madam Speaker, the local guards saved a lot of people because of the act of bravery. Madam Speaker, it is very sad because the aftermath of that, 213 people died, 44 Americans, 4,000 people are injured, including this guard who did a very brave thing. Madam Speaker, 25 years later, he has not been compensated. It's a very, very sad thing to hear. Because of him, many people lived, including the senior embassy staff that were up there. Many of them were saved, because if the building had come down, many of them would have died. But now it's 25 years, Madam Speaker. The guard and the fellows who are there, who saved the lives of many people, and who was celebrated at the time, has not been compensated. It's a very, very sad situation. So, Madam Speaker, I fully support this motion in the manner in which it has been brought, because I believe when the Senate sends this ad hoc committee to go and do the work, they will be more productive. Madam Speaker, why an ad hoc committee? An ad hoc committee, Madam Speaker, is able to focus. We are not bound, Madam Speaker, by the normal scheduling. They are able to create their own timetable in consultation with the management of the House, and they are able to have meetings that are focused on the work that they are doing. Madam Speaker, I chair an ad hoc committee right now, and I know that when you are sitting in an ad hoc committee, you are able to focus on the issues. And the team that is there is a committed team. And I want to single out Honorable Senator Cheptumo, who is also part of my own committee. This is a person who is very dedicated. And I know others there also are. But I want to mention him because he would never miss a meeting. I believe with that dedication and the team that is selected there, they will give us good report that can be acted upon. And I wanted to urge this House, and in passing this motion, that we should relook again at this whole cutting of budgets for foreign travel for ad hoc committees. And I know the management of the House is listening. They must listen and hear that you must not curtail the work of a committee because it's ad hoc committee. This committee, Madam Speaker, must travel to the US. How are they going to meet the important movers and shakers the Honorable Senator Maanzo has talked about? That there are senators they have contacts with. How will they be able to discuss with them? Over the phone? Over Skype? Madam Speaker, over Zoom? And you're talking about millions of people owed to people because of compensation. You can't pay a courtesy call to those people in Washington, D.C. Madam Speaker, it will be a tragedy if this committee is not enabled to perform its work on the basis that we are curtailing foreign committees to ad hoc committees. Madam Speaker, foreign travel must be there for this committee. They must go so that they can go and do what needs to be done in DC. Madam Speaker, I urge the management of the House. We have voted 40 billion as a combined budget for both the National Assembly and the Senate. We pray that this money will go to facilitate the work of this committee. Madam Speaker, may the people of Kenya see that this Senate is going to give them results finally after 25 years of waiting. Madam Speaker, I rise to support and thank you.
Senator Tobiko.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity, and I rise to support this motion, including the formation of the ad hoc committee. Madam Speaker, let me first congratulate our sister, Senator Agnes Kavindu, for being the initiator of this motion, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me also congratulate the people of Machakos for electing this good lady to represent them here, because she has gone beyond the borders of Machakos to represent all Kenyans, Madam Speaker. And this is why it is important that women get elected, Madam Speaker. Because besides just being a senator, she has put the human face on this whole issue, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you see, it affected many families, the bomb blast. I'm sure, when I'm seated at the back bench here with Senator AC, I was trying to imagine how old she was then at that time. She must have been a toddler. Madam Speaker, I was 3 months into marriage after getting married in May of that year. And, and my husband was working in Central Bank. And so when I saw, because I'd just walked across the road to go to GPO, when I saw the smoke, Madam Speaker, I thought it was Central Bank that had been exploded. And I thought my life has ended. Just 3 months married, and now here it is, the whole smoke. I couldn't tell the difference between by that time the whole place was smoky and the rubbles and all that. And many people died even on the road, Madam Speaker. It was traumatizing, Madam Speaker, because I watched it from a distance happening. It was traumatizing, Madam Speaker, and it is unfortunate that to date, our people have not been compensated. When Senator Mungatana was giving a description of what really transpired that day, the truck that was meant to go under the American Embassy building, I was starting to think, what if the guards did not block this truck? not that I would have wished the Americans to die, but the casualties on our people may have been less. Why am I saying this? You know, America, the big brother, the world superpower, the police of every other nation, their conscience should be pricked that our people died on their behalf. We didn't know what cause our people were dying for. They died because of being friends of America, Madam Speaker. The conscience of the American people and the American government should be pricked and know that people died for a cause that they can never tell, and families are agonizing, besides those who got injured for life, people whose lives have become miserable since then, Madam Speaker. It is sad that we are still talking about the American bomb blast to date without compensation of our people, whose names have been, you know, inscribed on a stone somewhere there in where the American embassy was. Madam Speaker, this should come to a conclusion. Madam Speaker, America must listen. Madam Speaker, our people should receive what is duly theirs, because it will never even, whatever compensation they will receive will never really be able to take their lives back to what it was. It will not, you know, rise the dead from those who passed on. Those who lost their loved ones will never see them. Those who got physically injured will remain maimed for life. You know, so people's lives have been affected forever. Madam Speaker, I pray that the American nation is listening, that the American government will be touched. I pray that this will be brought to conclusion. I thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity.
Senator Cherarke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. I want to say from the onset, I want to support this motion of formation of HADOC to investigate into compensation and other form of reparations to the victims of 1998 bomb blast. I want to thank Senator Kavindu Mudhama for the wonderful work she has done, and I want to also thank the Liaison Committee led by the chairperson, Senator Katuri Murungi, for approving the formation of HADOC. I know it has not been easy for her. She has been restless, Madam Speaker, for better part of late last month and this month, and I'm happy I can see finally there is a smile on her face, not only on her face, but the victims of bomb blast of 1998 here in Nairobi and in Arusha, Madam Speaker. Senator Kavindu, she knows the role I played. We have been consulting. In fact, Madam Speaker, one of my constituents from Nandi Hills, by the name Jackson Mutai, lost a brother during the 1998 bomb blast, and they come from a place near Keteng in Nandi Hills sub-county, or Nandi Hills constituency in Nandi County. When she saw this motion, he called me and told me, as our senator, we depend on you because we lost a brother that day. So 224 victims dead, more than 4,500 Kenyans, both foreign and local Kenyans, were also injured. But as Speaker, it's sad 24 years later, we are still talking about compensation of the victims. Madam Speaker, at that time, I was not so conscious enough to know what was happening. But 24 years later, I was not even started my primary school. I was just starting my primary school, Madam Speaker. And yet we are still discussing about the compensation. I want to appeal to the State Department of US. And you know, this is the price we are paying, Madam Speaker, for being friends with the Americans. They say friendship is expensive. And one of the instances is now. I've seen in situations where American citizens have been injured they have always demanded compensation. You remember Gaddafi compensated America over what happened with the plane that was brought down, Madam Speaker. You remember even the Sudan, although it is in crisis, the economic sanctions to be removed, they had to pay compensation to the lives of Americans that were lost in Sudan in those years. We want to ask the great people of America, and they have a tremendous cordial relationship with the country, to at least have conscience. They have compensated their people. We are not only talking about money, Madam Speaker, we are talking about psychosocial support. They are victims who their lives changed. They lost their breadwinners, Madam Speaker. They lost their parents. They lost their friends. They are still traumatized up to now. We know the act of terror is an act of cowardice, Madam Speaker. And I speak noting that the other day we have been losing also soldiers and other people because of act of terror in the northern part of this republic. And our sympathies and empathies. The fight against terrorism is a cumulative, is a joint venture across the world. We appreciate that the issue of terrorism continues to be a huge challenge across the world. And that is why we have domesticated even the Anti-Terrorism Act, the anti-terrorism laws. We have even the police or the unit that is dedicated to fight terror in this country. We are aware of that. But the conscience of America should have been, they cannot compensate their people and take Kenyans and other nationalities as collateral. It is unfair, it is immoral, it is an abuse of human rights, Madam Speaker. And I'm happy because we are taking a more friendly way. Other nations should have moved to court, Madam Speaker. You remember when the Ethiopian Airlines a few years ago, and I was the chair of JLAC, and we investigated the issue of Boeing 7878 MAX that had technical errors, and we went to Seattle and also Chicago to meet the Boeing managers and other manufacturers, Madam Speaker. Those people have been compensated, and they have been compensated huge money by just a corporation. What we are telling, we want this motion to achieve is to have a sit down, ensure the victims and their families are compensated so that we have value for life. You know, if we allow this, there is no value for life, Madam Speaker. How many children did not go to school because they lost their parents or their guardians that day? Many. How many people still lost their spouses or their loved ones today? Many. But now, the American citizens have been compensated, they have been given psychosocial support, they are okay. This committee, we believe in you to give us recommendation and policy intervention in future. Where Kenyans are lost, we must take the hardball. Because we appreciate that all these, you know, Americans take the hardball when their people have you given the example of Gaddafi compensation and the Sudan compensation. These are small countries and small economies, but they are compensating the giant of economies. Madam Speaker, I want to ask the committee to even go and have a sitting with State Department of Justice in America and sit and discuss on how compensation can be done. Madam Speaker, a plaque is not enough to just write a name. We must get other important remembrance structures that the money that should be given to compensation to build even a structure in this Nairobi to remember the 224 victims and more than 4,500 that were injured on the other day, Madam Speaker. So compensation should happen like yesterday. I have believed in the committee. I've seen the membership. I would have wished to be part of the membership. Madam Speaker, I've always said on this floor, all of us are senators, and everybody has capacity and ability to serve in any committee. And when Senator Kavindu approached, I told her, let us also get more people who maybe they want to learn, they have diverse history, so that we can have a well-informed, an important outcome and recommendation that might go into the future, Madam Speaker. So I want to also ask the government, you know, this is a straightforward matter. The Mau Mau case, the government supported. They gave, and you know, the Attorney General's office, Madam Speaker, have what we call mutual legal assistance. And as a senior counsel in this republic, as a senior legal practitioner, there is what we call mutual legal assistance. The Attorney General should step in and assist the committee to ensure any negotiations that are done through mutual legal assistance should be by the forefront. We did that to Mau Mau. I'm expecting also, Madam Speaker, the issue of Koitalel Samoe. You remember the head was taken by the British. There is no compensation up to now. What we have been having is a lip service, Madam Speaker. I brought a petition, and I want to thank the Senate. We recommended compensation to families, like land, like recognition, like compensation. When you go to Nandi Hills, Madam Speaker, Koitalel Samoei Mausoleum, and I want to thank President Kibaki, because at least he gave us money that was used to bring to build a mausoleum in Nandil's town. But it is not the standard, Madam Speaker. Therefore, I want to ask, so that the Mau Mau case was done, the Koitalel Samoei, Madam Speaker, and even these victims of the issue of bombing, Madam Speaker, because we have to be honest. We need compensation, Madam Speaker. We have seen the British paying other compensation. It is the government, and I want to believe in Speaker, former Speaker of the National Assembly and the Attorney General, Justice Muni Muturi, to lead negotiations through mutual legal assistance. We are aware our cordial relationship with the US is very well. What the Senate is trying to achieve, Madam Speaker, we don't want to antagonize the Americans. What we are telling them, we have a formal structure, sit with the HADO committee, sit with the Attorney General of the Republic of Kenya, sit with the State Department of Justice of America, look at the victims, give us a compensation. I don't think we are interested in having an adversarial conversation, Madam Speaker. The last point, Madam Speaker, in the last Parliament, and Senator Outsourcing is a beneficiary of that session, the government has committed 10 billion for compensation of victims of human rights abuses. I want to believe even as we pursue this matter, Americans should not be the only one paying compensation. We want also the Kenyan government to pay compensation, because these are forgotten Kenyans, Madam Speaker. And I expect that the 10 billion that was meant for reparation, victim compensation, should be reinstated, Madam Speaker. Because we have different types of human rights abuses. When you go, Madam Speaker, to coast, there is what we call enforced disappearances, Madam Speaker. There is what we call human rights abuses, where police have been allegedly killed through extrajudicial killings. There are people who are killed during also post-election violence, Madam Speaker. There is what we call IDPs, Madam Speaker. There is what we call infrastructural evictees. The victims of human rights abuses must be compensated, and it now includes the victims of 1998 bomb blast of 224 victims to be compensated not only by American government, but by the Kenyan government, because that is what the law says under the Bill of Rights. When you want to compensate and right a wrong, is to compensate, Madam Speaker, and therefore we must look at this 10 billion, ensure. And even I would like to see, even in to rewrite, because there is what we call historical injustices, Madam Speaker. We have communities, at least the Mau Mau case has become a standard where it was listened in London. The Koitalel Samoei, Madam Speaker, I still have them suffering, Madam Speaker. They were returned to a small place where they could not expand, Madam Speaker. There are people who are suffering. The Koitalel clan, both in Kipsigis, in Nandi, and even others in where Suba, and I know you know the history very well, because you are neighbor to that region, Madam Speaker. So there are many Kenyans who these human rights matters. I want to challenge the committee in conclusion. Please, let us ensure in the next budget cycle, because this one, it can be amended through supplementary, push that we reinstate the 10 billion that was meant to rewrite and compensate an injustice and human rights abuses in Kenya, Madam Speaker. I went finally, Madam Speaker, I went to Coast, and I can give a small story so that we can learn from it. When I was the chair, JLAC, and we visited a place in Kwale Social Hall. And when we called for a meeting for enforced disappearances and extrajudicial killings, women only came. So I ended up asking the county commissioner, what is happening? Why are women only coming to this session? They told me all their husbands have allegedly been killed through extrajudicial killings and enforced disappearance. So there is an animal, Madam Speaker, also that we need to struggle. Here in the city of Nairobi, there are many young people. In fact, it is dangerous to be young, and in some of the estates in this town, Madam Speaker. You are a young man, and you are young, you become an easy target of extrajudicial killings, Madam Speaker. We must ensure that the young people, especially young men, live in a world-safe environment, Madam Speaker. They are being killed, and you know their mothers are being told, I'm told even in some of these estates, that these young men are killed, and then the parents are told to pay for the bullet, up to 20 shillings, Madam Speaker. Where are we heading as a country? I want us to use the bomb blast victims as an example of not to do a wrong to a Kenyan. Because if you are killing somebody in some of these slums, and then if it is 2 bullets, they say they kill your son with 2 bullets, pay you 40,000. We must ensure human right of every Kenyan is in place, Madam Speaker. Because they say, justice delayed is justice denied. This is what the victims of 98 bomb blast are. Madam Speaker, I wish the committee led by Senator Kavindu Mutama, Kavaa Mama, all the best, she wears, and I want to challenge her, this is not going to be an easy fight. It involves even diplomacy. It will involve a lot of agencies, so be ready. And I know you are a prayerful woman. Please pray for other members so that they can have the courage, the zeal, the passion of ensuring that justice is achieved for our fellow Kenyans. With those very, very remarks, Madam Speaker, I support this motion and hope when the report comes, we shall all have very appropriate and well recommendations. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Omtata.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to address this House on this very, very important motion. If you go to the memorial plaque at the American Embassy, the first name is Bonita Achola. Bonita Achola was a young college girl from Busia and a stepdaughter to my sister. The day before, the bomb blast, I had visited their home, and she had made me a bowl of ugali with egg, boiled with fried eggs and sukuma wiki. The next day, she didn't come back home in the evening. They went looking for her, and they found her in a pulverized. She had gone to visit a friend in the neighboring, I think it was the Ufundi Sacco building, which collapsed, neighboring the embassy. This is a tragedy that for me rings close. And on the eventful day, I had come, a teacher from my village had asked me to follow up his case with the TSC. I had gone to the bus station, picked a letter, and gone to that bell-bottom house on first floor to deliver that letter. They were having a cup of tea, and I left. They offered me tea, but I did not take the tea. I was hurrying back to my office at NSSF. As I was walking just past the telecom, I got myself in total anarchy, total confusion. I don't know what was happening. I fell down and I woke up and I ran. And I ran and went up the stairs, going to the post office. That's when I looked back and I saw there was darkness and everything, a lot of dust and what have you. I remember running back to that place, and there was complete chaos. The water had broken. The electricity was flashing all over. And I had the presence of mind to run down into the basement to look for the main switch, to turn off the power, only to find that the place was secured in a metal cage, the switch, and it was not possible to get to the switch. I ran to Uchumi. They were closing down. I bought 2 torches. I bought a panga, and I ran back down to cut that cable, which I did. And when I was going in, I ran into a Marine, an American Marine, who was running around, and he snatched me one of the spotlights I had bought. Then we began evacuating people. A photographer captured me. Somebody came to me with photographs later of the event. So August 7th, 1998, was a day that is very close to my heart. And I always tell myself, if only I had stopped to take that tea, I would not be here today. Because I ran back when we were trying to evacuate, I went back to that room, and all those people I had seen in that room were dead in the bell-bottom house. I never got to the American Embassy. So this is something that is long overdue. These were victims of a terrorist attack. They were not victims of their own doing. I have a friend called Sidialo. He was driving past. He went blind. And there are very many victims who were there who died on that day. So for me, I think this motion is long overdue.
But I want to approach this question as one that has got legal foundations. There is something called the duty of care. The Americans knew very well that they were a high target. And here they came and located their embassy in the heart of the city. Did they exercise the duty of care towards the Kenyan public? If I'm walking past a place and I'm attacked by a swarm of bees and I run into my friend Dr. Bon Khalwale, and I pass and I leave the swarm of bees with him, did I have a duty of care towards him? Should I have run towards him or should I have run away from him? So the duty of care for me is what we should address also in this motion, that the Americans were well aware their embassy was a target. They never secured it. They never secured it. It was porous. It was in the heart of Nairobi. And so they bear responsibility for what happened. On the other part, the Kenyan state, which allowed that to happen, knowing very well the Americans were a high-risk target, we saw what the Israelis have been doing with their embassy on Bishop's Road. When they were still there, they have now moved out, the road is now open. But you see the kind of security they had around there. They know they are a target. They are in an international war. So they did not just come and plant themselves out there and let it be. So we cannot talk of collateral damage. These people were basically maybe being used as some cover or something, but the Americans have a responsibility to compensate them. In America, they came up with the Embassy Employee Compensation Act to take care of the victims of the bombings in Dar es Salaam and Nairobi. And that act has helped them. It's run along the same lines whereby they compensate people who suffer from terrorist attacks in aircrafts or wherever. And they compensate for physical harm, economic losses, non-economic losses, such as physical and emotional harm, and loss of life, loss of enjoyment of life, and anything you can imagine they compensate for. And the standards they maintain in that act are the standards that they apply when there's a terrorist attack anywhere in the world and their citizens are involved. I think the time has come when the Kenyan state needs to take action and demand that they have got a right to be compensated, and the victims have a right to be compensated. And this one has to be done consciously because this is not the first time this thing is happening. Our great-grandfathers, and for some of us who are old, our grandfathers, fought in the First World War and in the Second World War. Some were killed, some were maimed, some came back without injury, but they'd lost their life, their fruitful time serving the empire. They were not compensated. They were given meaningless medals to hang on their lapels. Some helped them get wives because the people were attracted to the medals. But beyond that, there were no personal benefits to these people. And most have died in abject poverty. We saw recently in the UK, with I think they call the Gakas or something, these people from Nepal, the soldiers from Nepal who fight for the British Empire. Dr. Khalwale could inform me their name if he knows. But the Gakas were also having a problem until they confronted the British state. So this idea of being taken as collateral or things that don't matter is not acceptable. We should not allow what happened to our forefathers who fought for the empire and who are victims of wars they knew nothing about, wars of white men they knew nothing about, and they came away with nothing, and yet those people they fought with, those people they died with were compensated, they are buried in good graves, and are commemorated. So I think that beyond this motion, it should try to lead us towards creating a compensation program administered by the AG. The other day we were discussing the issue of the victims of crime. Madam Speaker, in the committee where we are, the Victims of Crime Act, which has been on the shelves ever since. Maybe we need to look at things now. Terrorism has become part of our life. We need to look at a way of coming up with a compensation program that can be used to compensate beyond the bomb blast victims, to also compensate people who are being killed by terrorists. Just the other day, policemen were blown up, and they were driving a light-skinned vehicle, which you would ask yourself, the soldiers who are killed, what happens to their families? They died serving this country. What happens to their families? They're being killed in Boni Forest. They're being killed on the border in Al-Shabaab. So I think the time has come for us to come up with a compensation program, preferably administered by the Attorney General, to ensure that victims of people who die serving this country do not lose it all. They lose their lives, but we give something small to their families, at least to ensure that their children go to school, that their widows or widowers continue having a modicum of good life, and we have a way of saying thank you for what happened. And so I support this motion by my friend Senator Kavindu, and I beg that when it passes, some action be taken to ensure that the victims of the bomb blast, including the little girl, Bonita Achola, her father is now an old man, retired, get compensated, and at least they are compensated in time before they get too old to recognize what the compensation is all about. With those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I support the motion. Thank you.
Senator Halwale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, like everybody who's spoken before me, I'm so indebted to Senator Kavindu for this motion. And I rise to support it for all the good reasons, for all the deserved reasons. But amongst them, Madam Speaker, I support it because of my brother Moses Mwani. Moses Mwani from Shinyalu was working with the Teacher Service Commission, and on that eventful day, he was a victim, and we buried him home in Kakamega. Madam Speaker, I also support it for Juma Koyera. Juma Koyera from Malaba constituency, a renowned journalist in this country, whose face was destroyed, not destroyed, but damaged by the shrapnels from the bomb blast, Mr. Speaker. And just so that Madam Kavindu can know the seriousness and the import of her good industry, I have a message from Juma Koyera on my phone, which he dropped last night. And he was asking me to thank you, and he was asking me to today rise in support of this motion, just to remember that his face was damaged during this incident. Madam Speaker, I also want to use this opportunity to express my oral tribute to two groups of people. The first one, Madam Speaker, is the team that was led by Professor, my lecturer of medicine at the University of Nairobi, Professor David Ndetei, who went a step further, Madam Speaker, and actually did a study on all the women who are in Nairobi, who are within the vicinity of this disaster while pregnant. And they came up with what has stood out in medical journals over the years as a masterpiece. They were able, Professor Ndetei was able to establish, Madam Speaker, a correlation between the mothers who were pregnant at that time and the children who were at that time in intrauterine, who were born and they were established to have had negative experience, Madam Speaker. And therefore, because doctors rarely have this kind of treatise, allow me to read the names of the team. Professor David Ndetei, Ruthie Rono, Susan Mwangi, Benson Ototo, Jair Alaro, Margaret Isakwa, Judy Mwangi, Anthony Kamau, Caleb Othieno, and Victoria Mutiso. I celebrate them. And this work of medicine, Madam Speaker, is now in the annals of the World Journal of Psychiatry. And because the next challenge, my sister, Senator Kavindu, will be for you now to receive the names of bona fide victims. Don't rely on just appearances. Use the robust Secretariat of the Senate that we have to go and extract genuine information, and all these women are documented in this study. Madam Speaker, the second group I want to pass my oral tribute to is the National Army of Israel. This army, they flew all the way from Tel Aviv into Nairobi, something that no other army of the world did, and they were able to help. Madam Speaker, we all know that Kenya is the big brother in the East African community. I therefore want to urge Senator Kavindu, thanks to the East African Legislative Assembly, through IALA, go and take the names of the victims in Dar es Salaam, because this bomb blast was a twin bomb blast that took place the same day, the same hour, separated by only a few minutes. They are just as aggrieved. We would like that when you appear before the government of the United States of America, you be the big brother that we are in East Africa. And you'll be a bigger voice when you'll be speaking on behalf of the people of Kenya and also the people of Tanzania. Madam Speaker, like those who have spoken before me, I think we just must admit it. Kenya enjoys robust diplomatic relationships with the United States. This motion, and I know it's going to succeed because I have some other background information that suggests that somebody's waiting for this initiative. This motion is actually an indictment to the foreign policy of successive governments of the Republic of Kenya. What did the Minister for Foreign Affairs of President Moi do for the 4 years that Moi was president post facto? What did the Ministers for Foreign Affairs for Mwai Kibaki for 10 years do? Nothing. The Ministers for Foreign Affairs of Uhuru Kenyatta for 10 years, nothing. This is a shameful indictment to the foreign policy of this country, and this is an opportunity for us to urge not just ourselves, but also the executive to step up their game so that at the international level, where laws are not always concurrent, citizens can be protected. Madam Speaker, just like Okio Mtata said, we have had experiences in the past which nobody has bothered about. I know, like in his case, we have heroes, including in your own village in Bushiangala. Heroes who went to the First and Second World War. They have died back home there in abject poverty. My own family being one of them. My father's eldest brother, Daudi Shukoli Shikondomoja Wakayat Ihunyalo, was a World War hero. He died, and his family is there. They could still receive compensation due to their father. My neighbor from Bukusi, Mzee Lukhalo, was a World War hero. Lukhalo Anduku still has his son in the village. He's called Monandi, my good neighbor. They could still receive his compensation if only the government took its rightful lead role, Madam Speaker. Going slightly further north, Madam Speaker, we have our heroes at Webuye who fought the Chitambe Hills Wars of Liberation. Nobody, Madam Speaker, has ever talked or thought about these people. So again, as my brother Okia said, we need a compensation policy as a leadership so that we carry along the heroism, Madam Speaker, together with the sacrifices that those who came before us demonstrated. As I conclude this motion, Senator Kavindu, I hope that you are listening to members and some of the members can add value. We don't necessarily have to be members of the committee. We are members of this house. So we are ready and willing to make our contribution on areas where we know so that we succeed. We don't want you to do 90% of the work. We would like to do it so that 100% of the people who are deserving get what they are entitled to. I thank you so much. Congratulations for this motion, and I do support.
Senator Okenyuri.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. First, I want to congratulate the Machakos Senator, that's Senator Kavindu, for taking it upon herself to even think of coming up with such a pronouncement that we are now having this evening. Madam Speaker, I would also wish to bring to the attention of members that this is not the first time we are having this kind of engagement. In 2013, the then Nairobi woman representative, Honorable Rachel Shebesh, came up with a petition that was actually allocated to the Justice and Legal Affairs in the National Assembly under the then Speaker, Justin Muturi. And the petitioners were seeking to have the AG, then Githu Muigai, and the officials of the embassy here in Nairobi sit down and be compelled to come up with a way of compensating the 98 bomb blast victims. And there have been so many other attempts to try and get compensation for these victims. Senator Tobiko was right in saying I was a toddler then, but I would overhear conversations from my parents who are actually saying something has happened in Nairobi, and from the look on their faces, I would actually tell it was not something impressing. Madam Speaker, in the US, they already compensated, actually. If they are not yet compensating, they are on that process, because there are laws They actually, 3 years after that bomb blast, they came up with a proposal bill that was later made law, and they now have ways of compensating victims of the various attacks. So many other comparative analyses have been done in how different countries are compensating their victims, while Kenya is slowly getting onto their feet. Madam Speaker, we need to appreciate and recognize the fact that Nairobi was a target because it's one of the largest cities in this continent and in the world, and we are a very strategic partner to the US government. So we are not making this plea and complaints just because whoever died in that blast died actually because we were strategic partners to the US government. When I actually read on page-to-page account narrations of some of the survivors of that attack, it's really sad. In some instances, I note that the Kenyans who had died were actually even preserved in a warehouse before they were taken to city mortuary, whereas the American citizens who had died were taken to live funeral home. You can see the disparity existing. Madam Speaker, I know of one Mrs. Helen Oriero, now deceased. The family is languishing in poverty. I also know of Mr. Bosire Chilion, who is surviving, but among the ones who are looking forward to compensation. Madam Speaker, this motion brings to account so many sad scenarios which we encounter as a country. The famous Garissa attack, of which most of the children and the students who died in those attacks were from Kisii, where I come from, and others were from Western. I'm not saying we didn't have losses in other regions, but I speak passionately of those regions because that's the region I hail from. Madam Speaker, 25 years down the line, we shouldn't be begging for compensation. As my senior Senator Halwale said, this has a diplomatic implication. Earlier when President Dr. William Ruto ascended to office, we saw the first spouse of the US, Dr. Jill Biden, jet in Kenya. Like many other Kenyans, who in as much as I didn't have a relative in that attack, but my hopes were renewed, like we can now have compensation for these victims who are surviving. Madam Speaker, I do not know if Kenyans are children of a lesser God. Why should we be pleading several years down the line after a petition went to the National Assembly, as I stated? We now have a motion here that we want to pronounce ourselves on. I see the members of that ad hoc committee are well able with the capacity we are looking up to, but does it need that we have to be on our knees for our own citizens who had no hand in whatever was happening to beg for compensation? Madam Speaker, what example are we setting to young people in these setups who might actually be caught in any of these issues we are talking about? Most of the young people now whose parents were affected in this attack, to those who have lost their parents, I assume maybe others got on their feet, but there are those who are completely not in a position to help themselves. So as a country, yes, the committee is going to do their bit. How I pray that the William Ruto administration is going to deliver compensation to the 1998 bomb blast victims. I hope the other house that will be coming will not be engaging on the same issue, so that we prove that Kenyans are not children of a lesser God, and we didn't lose our people because of any other reason. It's because our country is very strategic to very many other engagements with countries overseas not just in our continent. Madam Speaker, as I wind up, we really need to look not just the bomb blast that we've now had. We have internal cases now affecting us as a country. We even had the freedom fighters who've been fighting for compensation. I do not have very many details. I'll be coming up with a statement on the same. In my region, we had the famous Morangiti, who up to date, I do not even know whether she's recognized for her contribution in the struggle. People who commit their lives to the service of their country need recognition, and even when they lose their lives, their families need to be compensated at least, because whoever came before them put their lives on the line for them to benefit whatever little we have. So as this House pronounces itself on this matter, let it not go the way the petition went. I hope this motion is finally going to give the long-awaited compensation, and that the William Ruto administration is going to give a solution after the 25 years of waiting. So finally, Senator Kavindu, this was very timely. I really like the way you're thinking about your people. The other day, you've been following up on the issue of Dramville Farmers, which is a cooperative with very elderly senior citizens. And you've really been fighting for them getting back their land. And today you're coming up with the issue of compensation. This shows your work goes beyond pushing for them as a legislator, but you also doing it on humane grounds. Congratulations for this bold move, and we are slowly learning from your footsteps as a young legislator who came to this House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Wamatinga.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I also like to support the thank you very much. I think it is my fellow senator here who's trying to sabotage me. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I also would like to support and congratulate the senator for this wonderful idea and the composition of the team that is well able. The idea of the compensation of the victims of the bomb blast, Madam Speaker, like several other issues that have been bedeviling Kenyans, have seen governments come in and go out without addressing it. Madam Speaker, as a member of the Kenya Kwanza government, it is my prayer indeed that this will be the government that will see the fulfillment, even if to appease the souls of the departed, conclude this matter and bring it to a close. Thank you very much, Senator, for this wonderful idea. And Madam Speaker, indeed, as a country, the way we value life at times leaves a lot to be desired. America is one of our development partners. Strategically, we've always placed ourselves in the line of fire, and more so when it came to protecting the interests of Americans and Kenyans because of our long dating relationship. It is also, however, good when something befalls you, your younger brother. It is good to hold the hand of a younger brother. And what we are saying, without wanting to be heard like we are begging, is only for the Americans to realize that in this region at that time when not many people would stand with them, Kenya has always stood with them. And therefore, Madam Speaker, it is also the high time that we brought this matter to close by ensuring those who passed on, their survivors, those who got maimed and injured, that at least they can feel somebody cares for them. And as we are addressing them, the victims of the bomb blast, Madam Speaker, there are several other issues and losses of life, including through wildlife, Madam Speaker. I do sit in the Lands Committee, and I know there are several people who've lost their lives through human-wildlife conflict, and it still remains an issue. We will need, if I'm not wrong, Madam Speaker, over 8 billion shillings to compensate those who've been injured or killed or maimed by the wildlife. Madam Speaker, in a country that cares for its citizens, it is important that we are seen to also be putting the right policy, but most importantly, Madam Speaker, without wanting to be seen like we are writing the book of lamentation anew, we must admit that we have a moral obligation to those fellow citizenship who cannot be able to come into this house and speak on their behalf. And I'm encouraged by the words that were spoken by Senator Mugatana and Senator Boni Harwale. It is the high time, Madam Speaker, that we bring this to a close, because it is something that is painful. 24 years down the line, we are still discussing something that ought to have been closed a long time ago. But equally, Madam Speaker, it would also be very unfair not to mention that whenever such a thing happens, the bomb blast, the Westgate, we have seen Kenyans unite in a way that they don't unite. We've seen Kenya come together to pull the Lambos to try and save their brothers and sisters. I only ask myself, Madam Speaker, what happens to Kenyans when it comes to the political arena? And I do think, Madam Speaker, that we as the Senate, the Fourth Senate, we should arise to the occasion, Madam Speaker, and say that whatever we are doing in this House, we will go beyond the lines of political party, we will go beyond the lines of our ideological differences, and stand up and say, we are in this House debating issues, debating motions, passing bills because they are good for posterity. Madam Speaker, I would want to be among those who the books of history will write. When Senator Wamatinga was in the Senate, he was able to stand up regardless of the political affiliation and place issues because they matter for the Kenyans. And this is one of those issues, Madam Speaker. It is not Kenyans from the minority or the majority who are affected. It affected Kenyans. When everything is said and done, Madam Speaker, we are still Kenyans. And this is something that maybe collectively we should pull together our efforts so that we can make the leadership that comes and goes, address issues that are real to Kenyans, that affect Kenyans, so that, Madam Speaker, it will not be, as it is today, that an issue like this 24 years down the line, Madam Speaker, with successful government coming in and going out, with all kinds of promises, but those people, Madam Speaker, the voiceless people down there, they must feel that they have somebody who can speak for them. I want to stand up like senators here, and we be counted that, yes, we can be the voice of our people. And that is why, Madam Speaker, today, I'm proud to support this and say that we must, as a House, ensure that we bring this to a logical conclusion, which is nothing less of compensation of these victims. Madam Speaker, American government does invest heavily in Kenyan economy. It does invest in other things, including budgetary support to the country. Madam Speaker, what we are looking at might not even be as much as what they do, but this is the action that will actually give the right signals, send the right kind of message that, yes, indeed, they are our bigger brothers, but caring bigger brothers, and therefore come to conclude this matter jointly. As I sit down, Madam Speaker, I would want to say, as we discuss this motion, let us also ask ourselves a question. What happens to those victims who lose their lives, their property, or whose lives becomes maimed in course of their duty. That includes the police service, that includes the military, that includes the wildlife services. Madam Speaker, it is important that we come up with a policy to ensure that there is a structure, without them being reduced to beggars, that will address that. Madam Speaker, I beg to support. Thank you.
Senator Morango.
Asante sana mstahiki Spika. Mstahiki Spika, nimesimama hapa siku ya leo kuunga mkono huu mswada ambao umeletwa na Senator Kavindu, kwa sababu janga lililotupata mwaka 1998 ni janga ambalo kila Mkenya anasikia uchungu. Ningetaka niseme ya kwamba katika mwezi wa 8 tarehe 27 mwaka 1998 Mohamed Rashid alifikishwa kotini kule Marekani na akastakiwa kwa kuua watu 12. Nasema hivyo kwa nini? Kwa sababu watu 12 ni wale wa Amerika, wananchi wa Amerika ambao walikuwa wameumia. Haikutanja kwamba wa Kenya 224 walikuwa pia wameumia. Walikuja wenye walihukumiwa baadaye ndio walikuja sasa kumbadilisha ile nambari ambayo walikuwa wameumia. Na katika mwezi wa 5 tarehe 18 mwaka wa 2020 Amerika wakapeana kwamba kuna pesa ya ridhaa ambayo ilikuwa inafaa kulipwa watu walioumia, ambayo ilikuwa ni takriban dola za Kimarekani bilioni 10.2. Na mnamo mwaka wa 2021 aliyekuwa Secretary of State Anthony Blinken, kulikuwa March 31 mwaka 2021, akapokea kitita cha milioni 335,000 dola za Kimarekani kutoka kwa nchi ya Sudan, ambayo wakati huo ilikuwa imepatikana na makosa ya kuwaweka na kuwaficha wale magaidi ambao walishambulia Kenya mwaka wa 1998. Alafu wakakuja na ule mswada ulikuwa unaitwa Omnibus Bill, ambayo ilisema ya kwamba wale watu watafidiwa ni wale tu walikuwa raia wa Amerika, na kama uliumia na wakati huo kuwa raia wa Amerika, ulienda Amerika, pia utapewa pesa kidogo kushinda wale waliokuweko pale. Swali yangu ambao nauliza ni kwa nini? Kwa sababu yote hiyo hakuna uhai nusu na uhai mkubwa kushinda uhai mwingine. Wakati ile pesa iligawanywa, ilikuwa inafaa pia kuangalia masirai ya Wakenya ambao waliumia katika mlipuko ambao uliofanyika. Nataka niseme ya kwamba Wakenya waliumia kwa sababu walikuwa wamehifadhi wa Amerika katika lile njumba. Hiyo ndio maana magaidi hawakuenda KICC, magaidi hawakuenda Central Bank, walienda katika njumba lile. Kwa hivyo mimi nikiunga mkono tena mara ya pili nasema ya kwamba kamati muko na jukumu kubwa ya kuhakikisha kwamba wale walioumia wamepata haki, na si haki peke yake, ni fidia kwa sababu wameteseka kwa muda mrefu. Naona Senator Kavindu ananiambia nikate, lakini nataka nikwambie pia Speaker yuko na anajua kwamba naongea. Lazima tumalize hii. Na kwa sababu ya Senator Kavindu amesema nimalize, mstahiki Speaker, asante sana, namalizia hapo. Uniite alafu nifukuze.
I now call upon the mover to reply.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I now reply to this motion. Na kabla before I reply, I want to say sorry to Senator because we wanted to reply and also give Senator Asige a time to do something that she has to do. Madam Speaker, I'm really grateful to this House today for showing this solidarity and knowing that each and every one of us is very much to this motion so that we can seek and find compensation for our people which has waited for all this long. And I want to thank the following senators for their contributions. First of all, Senator Ososi, who seconded this motion, Senator Chute, Senator Minority Leader Madzayo, Maanzo, Mundiki, Sifuna, Karungu, Wafula, Mungatana, Tobiko, Cherengai, Omutata, Senator Boni Halwale, Senator Esther, Senator Wamatangi, and Senator Murango. I thank you so much for approving this ad hoc committee, and I promise that we will not leave any stone unturned. And whenever we call you to come and give us your contributions, because most of you are very knowledgeable, please come. And we are also asking the government to give us the support that we need so that we can bring the compensation, and also the Senate to support us. Thank you very much. I reply.
Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order number 84-1, I wish to make the determination that this matter does not affect counties and put the question. Honorable Senators, I put the question that aware that disaster is defined as an overwhelming event and circumstance that tests the adaptation of responses of a community or individuals beyond their capability and leads momentarily to massive disruption of function for a community or individual that often exceeds their capacity to cope using existing resources. Further aware that such was the case with the 1998 US Embassy bomb disaster in Nairobi, in which many Kenyan casualties resulted from the collapse of adjacent buildings located within a 2 or 3 block radius, and with the reverberations being felt in most parts of Nairobi, that resulted in 213 Kenyans and 12 Americans being killed and over 5,000 citizens of both countries being seriously injured. Noting that US allies, including Kenya, have endured the great burden of death and long-term and in many instances permanent physical, psychological injury. Further noting that the United States government has since compensated some of the victims and families of US citizens, leaving the families of Kenyan citizens and certain other victims uncompensated. Now, therefore, the Senate resolves to establish an ad hoc committee, one, to engage the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs to advance friendship and cooperation between the United States of America and Kenya by supporting the eligibility of Kenyan and American victims and their personal representatives, surviving spouses, and next of kin in the Victim Compensation Fund pursuant to the Justice for United States Victims of State-Sponsored Terrorism Act. 2, coordinate with the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs in the engagement of victims, their personal representatives, the United States of America government, and other stakeholders at home and abroad to pursue and accomplish the compensation of victims and families of the victims of Kenyan nationals. And 3, coordinate with the Ministry of Health to explore subsidized medical treatment for the surviving victims of the bomb blast and submit a report to the House within 90 days with effect from 3rd July 2023. And further, that the following senators be appointed to serve in the ad hoc committee. 1, Senator Agnes Kavindu Muthama, MP. 2, Senator Daniel Maanzo, MP. 3, Senator Alexander Mundigi, MP. 4, Senator Beatrice Ogola, MP. 5, Senator Jones Mwaruma, MP. 6, Senator Mohammed Said Chute, MP. 7, Senator Jackson Mandago, MP. 8, Senator William Cheptumo, MP. And 9, Senator Peris Tobiko, MP. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 14, the Persons with Disabilities Bill, Senate Bills number 7 of 2023, second reading.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me just. I apologize, Speaker. I get a bit disoriented when I am interrupted when I'm trying to orient myself. But in any case, Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the Persons with Disabilities Bill 2023, Senate Bill number 7 of 2023, now be read a second time.
Honorable Senators, it's now 6:30 p.m., time to adjourn the Senate. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until Tuesday, 18th July, 2023 at 2:30 p.m. Senator Sige has a balance of 59 minutes when we resume.